Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery. I note that apart from officers, we have no physical attendees at this time in the public gallery in Chambers. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of the 7th of June 2022 open. And in doing so, I pause and acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and also that form the footprint for our spectacular region. Pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of their culture. Council has a note of full attendance of councillors, a full attendance of the CEO and the executive team, and therefore there are no leaves of absence before us today, therefore no apologies. But we do now come to item 4 of our agenda, prayers, and I'm delighted that this morning we're joined by Captain Wes Bust, Salvation Army and chaplain to our rural fire services particularly. Good morning, Wes.
G'day. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
We'll just get your sound level up. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, and we hand over to you to lead us. Hand over to you, Wes.
Okay, thank you. So let's join in prayer together. Loving God, as we start this new day, we ask that as we spend time pondering and pausing and making relevant decisions on behalf of the community of the Scenic, Lord, we ask that you would work, that we would work towards a mutual flourishing of our communities, from Tambury Mountain and Canungra through to Tyrone and to Mount Walker in the west as well, and everywhere in between. We ask, God, that you would do all that you can to continue to bless us as we work towards making our community a place that our fellow residents can thrive in. Grant wisdom to our leaders, we pray, and we ask that you'll be close to them in these days. Pray this in their name. Amen.
Thank you, Wes, for joining us. Always a pleasure to share with you. Understand that you do carry a busy workload, and understand if you need to move off now, otherwise you're welcome to join us in the digital gallery. But thank you again for your participation and your wonderful support to our community through a range of times that we face, and thank you for joining us in press.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Talk to you.
Councillors, we move to item 5 on our agenda, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. The CEO has not been notified of any, but I will call again for any from the floor. There being none, I move on to announcements, minutes. An announcement that is worth pausing for. The recent federal election, whilst it has returned a change of government at a federal level, we congratulate the sitting member Scott Buchholz, the member for Wright, on his successful return to that role as our representative, and returning to Canberra to continue his efforts on behalf of the region, and thank him that he has been a strong advocate for us in Canberra and will continue to do so, I'm sure. Thank him for that service. We have no advised deputations or petitions before us today. So we move to item 8, the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, you have those minutes available to you, and I just need the recommendation back up. Sorry. No, you're in the minutes. You're in the minutes of the prior meeting. Can we just go back to the minutes today? Thank you. Councillor, there's a recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 24th of May be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Any discussion to those minutes, councillors? I seek a seconder. Councillor West. Anyone you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor McConnell?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 9, a business arising from the previous minutes. Councillor Enright, I see you first. I note Councillor Swanborough also wishes to raise something.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to take the opportunity to ask an outcome from previous minutes. And my question is, and I'll direct this to the General Manager of Council Sustainability, I think would be the appropriate question. Can you please advise of the progress of the 3 inappropriate conduct matters, items 11.2, 11.3 and 11.4 that were deferred in 22nd of March 2022 and then withdrawn from the 12th of April 2022 ordinary meetings? And my question is, what is the reason for the delay in these items coming back to Council for consideration?
GM, are you able to respond?
I can provide a general response, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Enright, for your query. I guess, as you rightly outlined, those matters were originally tabled and withdrawn, and I guess that's following further clarification, including legal advice that was provided at the time. The current status of those, following the deliberations, was to allow additional information to be incorporated as part of the reports, so that the unaffected councillors could consider that additional information as part of their deliberations. Now, the current status is that the request for that information has been provided to the subject councillors to furnish, so that once that's been provided, that can then be incorporated in reports and then provided to the unaffected councillors for consideration. At this time, that hasn't been provided, but we'll certainly look to seek the status of that. I know from a time frame perspective, the ordinary meeting was on the 12th and advice was set on the 14th to try and effect a timely turnaround of those matters, but we will follow up with those councillors about furnishing that information so that they can be progressed.
Thank you, Mayor. A subsequent question to that same similar
Thank
topic. Relevant to also, may I also ask about the previous outstanding order from a previous meeting regarding councillor conduct training?
Is that in reference to the order around undertaking training for the? Okay.
Yes, undertaking training.
Yeah, given the events, obviously trying to busy part of the year, trying to organise the department as well as legal to provide the necessary training has been difficult in some ways. But we have now, and I believe it's in the elected members' calendar, but there should be training that's scheduled on the 13th of July to undertake this. And I believe we've got confirmation from also no disasters withstanding, that should go ahead as planned, and that will affect that order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swanborough, you were...
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a follow-up from previous meetings. I had a follow-up on a couple of these items a few months ago, but I just need an update. And one is I guess the question is to the General Manager of of assets in relation to the petition from Beacon Road people about the traffic calming, which was in December 2020. Is that being resolved at this point, or is it coming back to council soon for resolution?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, unfortunately, at the time when you asked the question previously, there was a draft report before me. I wasn't satisfied with all the information contained within that report, and I didn't believe it actually would fully inform council of the process. So, and since that time, we've had, unfortunately, another rainfall event, which has impacted officers' time to be able to concentrate on the questions that I've actually further asked for that report. Unfortunately, back a month or so ago, I did provide advice that it would be coming to council at around this time. At this stage, I'm reluctant to actually say it'll be before you within a month's time, but there is certainly some progress, but like I said, certainly been hampered by other competing priorities at this time.
Thank you. Further
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the next question was the previous notice of motion, I think 5 months ago, in relation to minor change approvals, where council resolved that it be referred back to the officers for a report to come back to us. I'm just wondering what the status of that report might be at this point.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I can confirm officers have progressed that. I think I advised that previously. There is a there is a briefing due to come forward to councillors, and I'm just not quite sure of the timing, but I'll check that and confirm that with you. But certainly, in amongst their higher demand of workload at the moment, they have actually progressed that, and it is due to come back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last one is, at the last ordinary meeting, a request for the number of submitters to the growth management strategy on Tamborine Mountain was taken on notice. I wonder if the General Manager could advise of what that number was now.
Councillor, I think my advice at the time was that the submitters will be presented as part of the growth management strategy briefing that will come back to council as a part of the closeout process for the consultation that has occurred.
And that will include the clarity of the submitters.
Correct.
In each area.
Yeah. So that's what I confirmed with my officers at the time, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor?
That's all.
Thank you. Any other business arising, councillors? If not, move forward then to 10 and the consideration of the business of the meeting, and we have the CEO please introduce item 10.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, executive officers and members of the public listening at home. We have received a notice from Councillor Swanborough, a notice of motion in relation to the council meeting schedule. I'll just read the notice there, Mr. Mayor. The notice is, number one, that council, in the interest of enhanced public transparency, commit to the transition of its present 2 weekly meeting system comprising 1 ordinary meeting per fortnight and 1 confidential briefing over 2 days per fortnight to a committee system to include a planning and development committee and other committees as decided. 2, confidential workshops be retained but limited to the formulation of strategy and policy and other matters defined as confidential under the local government regulations. 3, that a new meeting system implementation workshop group be established to be chaired by the Deputy Mayor. 4, that the Chief Executive Officer be requested to immediately commence consultation with the Executive and councillors participating in the implementation workshop group to deliver a workable and agreed transition plan, including all policy, procedures, changes to delegations and meeting schedules for presentation to council for consideration of a formal resolution before 4 October 2022. And 5, that the new meeting system as resolved commenced at the first meeting cycle in January 2023.
Sorry, councillor.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Questions to the councillor with his notice of motion? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. My question to Councillor Swanborough would be, what is your justification for requesting a review of the meeting structure or schedules?
Mr Mayor, I think the resolution makes it quite clear what the purpose is, and it's enhanced public transparency is what I'm looking at, and I believe that the new system as proposed would be more in the spirit of what the Local Government Act talks about when it talks about what is in how we conduct these meetings. Is it in the public interest? Will it improve local government integrity? And will it endure more confidence, public confidence in the Scenic Rim meeting processes? So I think they're the three reasons that, four reasons I would put forward as the why I'm proposing this motion.
Further question,
Further
councillor?
question, if I may. Thank you, Councillor Swanborough, for that reply. Could you explain, please, how the changing back to the old committee system would provide the outcomes that you were looking for?
Yes, certainly. One of the main reasons is it's more in keeping with the provisions of the Local Government Act. If I could, and the principles of the Local Government Act, like in Section 4 of the Local Government Act, some of the principles that the Parliament of Queensland require of local government is that we have transparent and effective processes, that we have decision making in the public interest, we have democratic representation, meaningful community engagement and good governance, among other things. And when it comes to the actual meeting processes, the section of the Local Government Act says that all council meetings are open to the public, except if they're deemed to be confidential under Section 245J, which lists 9 reasons why that could be the case. And I think that, the introduction of a committee system will be more in keeping with those principles of local government and the Local Government Act requirements for open meetings to the public in the interest of transparency.
Do you have a further question, councillor? Otherwise I'll defer to someone else. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Swanborough, I just wanted clarification. Do you still see, if this were to change, that there would still be 2 ordinary meetings a month? Is that how you see the system? I just need a bit of clarity.
Look, the resolution is worded in such a way that, there are many questions that could be asked and many answers that could be given, but they might all be different all around the table. That's why the resolution proposes that this is a motion about principles rather than about the detail. And that's why Section 3 says that, point number 3 says that a meeting system implementation workshop group be established to be chaired by the Deputy Mayor, so that everybody around this table gets the opportunity to have input into whatever the new process might be. And whether it's 2 ordinary meetings or 3 or 1 a month or whatever, that would be a decision which would come back to this council to decide in this process.
Councillor, I'd like to ask a question on, in reference to your part 1, where you describe confidential briefings as part of a meeting system. I draw your attention to the report where it identifies the resolution of the council, unanimous resolution of the council in 2019, 21st of May 2019. That was the culmination of 6 months of deliberations, and what it did was consolidate. It talked about 2 ordinary meetings. The meeting system does not include reference to internal briefings. So all of the business that was previously done was moved into 2 ordinary meetings, and to describe workshops as part of a meeting system is not consistent with the interpretation of the Act, in my view. So I'm curious why you describe it that way. Internal briefings are one thing, which is we have a process of internal briefings which for efficiency are done in a workshop process, but the resolution was quite clear. The activities of those committees were consolidated to improve into those things, and for those who were in the chamber at the time, there's further background to that which perhaps you'd like to understand at some point. But I'm curious on what basis you describe that as a meeting system, because internal briefings don't form part of the meeting system.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. Look, I refer you to the post-election meeting of councils on the 23rd of April 2020, and I make the point that in 2019 I wasn't a councillor here, and there were 2 other councillors who weren't in that council either. But we were all in the meeting of the post-election meeting of the 23rd of April 2020, where on page 13, describing the meeting system, it says, an informal council and executive workshop to discuss emerging issues and conduct professional development activities has been held twice per month. These workshops are not decision-making forums. So clearly, included in the meeting system is the discussion of the role of these confidential briefings in our post-election meeting.
So, Councillor, if I refer you to the resolution from that meeting, what does it adopt by resolution? It's in the report today. If I were to read that out to you, you might explain how you arrive at that conclusion, because the post-election meeting held on the 23rd of April 2020, Council resolved to adopt the ordinary meeting dates for May to December 2020, generally being 2 meetings per month, with meetings commencing at 9 a.m. And then it went on to those. At no time did it discuss so anything that forms part of the structured meeting system. For instance, when you do have standing committees, there is a requirement to publish the dates of those because they're public forums. So the meeting system revolved around the ordinary meetings in that discussion. So I'm trying to understand. I recognise that there is a process of internal briefings that occurs, but it is not accurate to represent it as part of the meeting system. The meeting system is 2 ordinary meetings. That was what was resolved in 2019, and that has what has been continued by this council to date, which absorbed all of the activities of the prior committees.
I just refer to my recent comments, Mayor, that council and executive workshops are not meetings of the local government as determined by the Act. We all understand that. However, they are an important process connected with our meeting system, and whether you believe that I'm describing the whole meeting system by including confidential workshops, to me that is just a bit of a distraction, really. I think the resolution and its intent are very clear as to what's intended. If you believe, that there is some dichotomy between confidential briefings and meeting systems, well, I think the implementation committee would certainly be welcome under the leadership of the Deputy Mayor to discuss that particular issue in any proposed new meeting system. But I think the resolution that is here, to me, is very clear. It gives plenty of time for all these decisions and discussions to take place. And I certainly believe that it would be a step forward in the interests of the residents of the Scenic Rim and transparency in local government generally.
Councillor, we might return to the question of transparency in a moment, but further in part 1 of your resolution, the way it reads is a very specific, narrow scope of outcome rather than the opportunity for full review of options, because it doesn't consider the possibility that the current model has merit and therefore could be continued. But I note that at no time does your proposed, what we move to, include any recognition of the requirement to have one ordinary meeting per month.
Mr Mayor, everybody knows that the local government regulations require local government to have at least one ordinary meeting per month. So it's a bit of a moot point, I would think. And of course, I go back to the resolution that says we're going to commence a consultation with the executive and councillors in an implementation workshop. And all these questions that you're raising now are perfectly legitimate questions, but I think they'll all be addressed when we get to the implementation workshops over the next few months.
Again, Councillor, your specific wording specifically talks about replacing the system of 2 ordinary meetings with a system of committees. It does not recognise. It's easy to sit here and say it's a moot point. I know you are always concerned about satisfying the requirements of the legislation, but this is another situation where you're failing to recognise that requirement of the legislation as part of what you're proposing. I'm just putting that forward for observation.
I don't believe that to be correct, Mr Mayor. The resolution is very clear. It does not say that we're going to do a complete analysis of the previous system. It says that we're going to move to a committee system of some type. And if we adopt this resolution today, that will be the first step of a committee system, which is not the same as the current system we have at the moment. So, yes, this resolution does move in principle from the old system to the new, more modern system of decision-making in local government.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just challenge you on that question of a more modern system? The legislation provides optionality around having committees, and this council used to have committees, and when some of the legislation, particularly around the timeframes of planning decisions, was shortened, was part of the reason we moved to the current system of meetings. And it's interesting to note that the time that decision was considered, and I don't believe many of these councils have changed, the majority of councils that were not city councils did not have committee structures, had moved away from them to improve the efficiency and effectiveness. If I shared that with you, what would you respond to that as? Are they not modern councils?
Mr Mayor, the committee system you talked about was put in place in 2019, and the previous council only had from, I think it was late 2019 up until March 2020 to try out their new system, and until a new council came in, which is us, around this table. We've had now 2 years to work under a system. I think everybody around this table now has an opportunity to assess whether or not the system is operating in the community's interest, and whether it ticks the boxes in relation to transparency. I mean, it's quite extraordinary that we don't have a town planning committee in a council where we have so much development happening. And even today, you look at the agenda and you see 1 or 2 items on the agenda for development, and yet the people of Scenic Rim have elected their councillors, and they expect that we are the decision makers and that we should have input and we should represent our constituents in relation to these sorts of issues. And I don't believe the current meeting system is allowing that to occur, and so it's really depriving residents of Scenic Rim of the opportunity to use their representatives in their best interests of the community. And so that's one of the considerations why I put up this particular motion today. And I believe it's relevant, and I believe that there is a need to move from this old system to a new modern system.
I have a further question, Councillor. Part 3 of your motion delegates authority to some workshop group that doesn't have a defined scope, charter, understanding, budget or resource, but to be chaired by the Deputy Mayor. Which part of the legislation do you believe gives the authority to delegate to the Deputy Mayor?
Mr Mayor, the authority comes from the decision-making power of the council around this table, where decisions can be made and implemented by majority vote. That's where the authority comes from.
So, Councillor, if I told you that the legislation actually specifies that delegation can be to the CEO, to the Mayor, to the chair of a properly formed standing committee, or in fact to a standing committee, that's the scope of what can be as delegated power. Can you explain how you would see that this meets that qualification?
If we resolve that the Deputy Mayor would be the chair of the implementation committee, that would be a bona fide decision of the council. And I reverse that decision, Mr Mayor. Why would you think that a majority decision around this table does not have weight in such an issue?
Councillor, I'm just describing what the Act provides for. So I'm not... There are many things that councillors can decide upon. The Act clearly defines that delegation, the limitations on that delegation. That's all I'm saying. So I know you wouldn't want to do something that doesn't comply with the requirement of the legislation.
And I don't think it does, Mr Mayor. I would recommend this recommendation as being a full bona fide resolution within the powers of every councillor around this table to implement.
Councillor, I've described what the Act says. Tell me how it satisfies it. It's not about what you believe.
Mr Mayor, look, it was perfectly foreseeable that this was going to be the course of this discussion today. I'm not going into the legalities of all of this today because I believe, that council has the power to make this decision today, and you haven't convinced me otherwise, or perhaps the CEO might like to explain, what he believes these powers are that the Mayor is referring to, and give the council a briefing on the matter right now.
Well, look, I don't know whether the CEO came prepared for that conversation, but if he is, I'm happy to. Otherwise, it might need to be something that's referred at a later date. So perhaps that highlights that there needs to be further understanding around a few of those elements. Can I ask a further question, Councillor, just whilst that's referred? Given we're in the middle of our budget preparation workshop processes, which are internal processes of the business of council and therefore are covered by that confidentiality process, but we're in those deliberations. The learning from the last time the changes took place, there was a budget impact in terms of the changing of systems to allow the efficient movement of materials. There's also where this sits as a priority in the effort, because it will distract leadership members and whoever else is involved into the preparation and rewriting of a range of things. How do you propose this is not covered already in a budget? This is an exceptional piece of work. It would be most, in my view, and I'd ask you to comment, it's unusual to commit to a body of work without understanding the cost and resource impacts to ensure that the organisation is able to deal with it. And in the context that we've been concerned about the capacity to deal with things already?
Mr Mayor, my view is that the meeting system of local government is probably one of the most important aspects of what we do as councillors when we represent our communities. That is the democratic process. That all goes to integrity. It goes to the public interest. It goes to open and honest decision making in a council. And we've already had a committee system, as you rightly point out. The officers, everybody associated with the meeting system knows exactly how a system like that works. I don't think it, even if there is a marginal cost, and of course there's always a marginal cost of time and effort involved in doing these things, but it's not an unreasonable cost or time, because the public need to be satisfied that their council is open and transparent, and that decision making is done in public as required by the Local Government Act, and that if they have concerns they can raise them with councillors, and there is an opportunity to go along and listen to their councillors perform and discuss issues that are important to them. And that is the reason why moving to this new system of meetings is so critical to the future of the Scenic Rim Council going forward.
I'll pause there for a moment. Other questions, councillors? Councillor West.
Thank you. I just had a question for the CEO, if I may. CEO, I was just wondering the impact on the staff should the meeting system change, and even with a review, even with a workshop, should that commence, just what effect it will have, knowing that our staff are already very stressed at the moment, very impacted with other things at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor West. Look, there's always going to be impacts, and it may well be that other priorities of council may need to be parked while this process is undertaken. This will impact on a number of parts of the organisation, and there's third parties, as was mentioned by the Mayor, in terms of software and the like, where those changes will need to be proposed, and that's a sequence of templating and structures and the like, and there'll be potentially some delays there as well. So, look, we can accommodate anything, but there's always an impact as a cost or other work delays as a result. So I guess it's council's determination around what the priorities are, and if this is a priority, well then it becomes a priority, and we would just expect that where other matters then are parked, that we have the support of councils in terms of doing that.
Thank you.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just on those comments from the CEO, do you think 6 months is too short a time to review the system and come up with a new system? Is that what you're saying? Because the implementation is January 2023.
Look, I haven't given that a great deal of consideration in terms of impact. Look, certainly the current month and the first months of the new financial year are extremely busy times, and a 6-month timeline is probably the minimum. When we conducted the change in 2019, that was, I think, from memory, between a 6 and a 9 month process of workshopping with councillors, looking at software and costs and impacts on people, and trying to establish the most efficient system that we could, because prior to that all the templates that we used for all reporting were different. This streamlined all of those processes so that as an organisation the reporting of 2 weekly to us is a very hard timeline, but it suits the business of council. And so to change from a committee structure of 6 meetings in a month down to 4 increased the load in terms of making those changes, but now we have that in place. It's a system we all know and can work to.
Point of order, CEO, that's 2 meetings per month, but 2 workshops.
Correction.
Just to be clear, because there's a confusion about what's in we do a number of briefings in a month, is that correct? And they happen to consolidate for efficiency into a workshop program, but it's not a meeting, and it's important. The reason I paused to ask you to clarify that, the Act has clear about what a meeting is versus the other matters, and it's confusing for those listening in the gallery who think, what is this all about? But it is important to understand the definitions of the Act versus the lay person's use of language.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I can rephrase that we previously had a system that involved one ordinary meeting, 3 committees, 2 workshops, down to a system that involved 2 ordinary meetings and 2 workshops. So that's my number of 6 down to 4. So I'm happy to provide that clarification.
And when you say from a system, just to further to the councillor's question because he wants to go on, that's from an information system management point of view, rather than as is the context in terms of the preparation, the processing and preparation of reports. Is that the context that you're referring to?
Look, certainly I'm talking from a administrative aspect in terms of load and on employees of the organisation, but I also appreciate that an amount of that is a public facing process as well, about minutes being prepared, presented to the public within the timelines that are allowed. So there is a flow on. The more meetings you have, the more minutes you create. I mean, I don't want to sit here and start becoming too detailed around, timelines and statistics. I mean, that could certainly happen as part of this process if that was required.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just got some other questions for the CEO in regards to what's actually contained, what was contained in committee meetings prior to the change, and what's currently contained in our ordinary meeting. So were some of the briefings that were contained in the committee meeting now no longer in the ordinary meeting? Or is everything that was contained in the committee meeting and the ordinary meeting rolled up into one? So all of the briefings, even those that didn't need a resolution, which were just for information during the committee meetings?
When you say briefings, Councillor, you mean reports?
Reports, sorry.
As far as I understand, and I mean, I arrived here in 2018, there has been no loss of information as a result of a change from committees to as a result of the loss of committees to a 2-meeting structure per month. That information is rather than attending or being provided to a split of different committees, each that have their minutes, and then an ordinary meeting. That information now is presented, split over 2 ordinary meetings where those actions are immediate once council adopts that information.
Okay, thank you. The other one is the planning issues that come before council. The first the public get to hear of it is the lodgement of the meeting agenda on the Wednesday night, and then it's resolved on the following Tuesday. So the media don't get to report it, and unless the residents actually get on and have a look at that agenda, they're sometimes unaware of what's coming up. Do you believe that's sufficient within the realms of local government, that some of the planning and development stuff that we do resolutions on is out in the public enough and visible to be able to get the full context back to from the community back to those of us who make the decision?
based on the delegations that council provides to officers, the meeting structure in terms of planning reports is complies with the delegations that we have. So councillors have made a determination at some point in terms of how that planning process is to be conducted. That's the process that we follow.
Okay, that's right. So if we're looking at changing that, then that's okay because you just changed what we just did.
So, would you accept a
Yeah, I'm
supplementary
happy for
response
the
from
GM to make a response.
Sorry, Councillor. Thank you for your question. There's a couple of, to your first points, we should be mindful that the community have access to the DAP online, where DAs are readily able to be viewed, and I think many councillors and media also use that on a regular basis. Should also be mindful that depending on the application, there are public notification periods also for some of those applications, and so the public is generally notified of those. So there is visibility of those actions outside of the specific meeting agenda. I would also just make the point that we need to be mindful of the changes to back to the system that we had before, because there are legislative requirements for the decision-making process.
Point of order there. We haven't said we're going back to the old system.
Sorry,
We're
pardon me,
looking
to
at
the
a new
committee system.
Thank
I
you.
just used the wrong word. We also need to be mindful of our legislative requirements under planning and the timing of those, and we would not want to end up in a situation where we had deemed refusals on applications that didn't meet those timeframes. That would not be a good
so we'll
outcome.
pause that there, because I think that's a discussion for us as whether we're considering reviewing the benefits of what we have or what might be proposed. Councillor McCollum, do you have a further question? Councillor West?
No, actually, mine's probably more about DAP online. But may I? Was a comment, really?
Well,
Or do you want that?
yeah,
Look, I was just going to mention that back in the days of the planning committees, of which I've lived through those as well, there was no DAP online then. So DAP online is really great because now, as was mentioned by the General Manager, people in the community can look at it every week, and that's what I suggest to a lot of people who are concerned, just to look up DAP online once a week and they'll see what applications have been lodged, maybe of interest to them, it may not be. But there was that sort of information was not so readily available.
Councillor McInnes?
I was just going to make the point. I thought DAP Online had been there nearly all the time that I'd been on council, the 10 years that I've been on council.
That was my point as well.
But prior to that,
Yeah.
it was not available.
It's the big majority of time that I've been, the 10 years that I've been here. So, yeah.
And
It
just
would have
on-
been one time that it wasn't.
Thank you. Councillor
And just on that, I think a lot of people out there are time sensitive, so they rely a lot on media to alert them to issues like this, and that's where the planning committee system comes in, where there's a 2-week gap between what we've discussed and then what we actually resolve. So it's actually out there in the media, people get to see it, it's in the community, we then get any feedback from the community within that 2 weeks rather than the 5 days. And if they don't see the agenda or the meetings, the publishing schedule is usually the Wednesday of the week for papers, if they're weekly or even fortnightly. So it's actually not out in the community to provide the level of feedback that I think we need from the community to effectively make our decision making.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's an interesting observation about process improvement, and what's the right way to improve that process is perhaps a further question. But Councillor Enright, did you have a further question?
May I make a comment? Are we at that stage?
If there's no further question, let's move to comments. We might even get to discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I totally agree that we need to be open and transparent with all of our details in our meetings that are open for our community to hear. I think there is importance of that, certainly agree. But I do struggle with the justification with Councillor Swanborough's motion that we move back to the committee system, away from what we've got with a very efficient system that's running now, that will achieve any improvements or enhancements in public transparency. I don't see it, having been both in the previous term, working through the committee system, and to transitioning to the new system, where we've seen a heck of a lot more transparency, but certainly a heck of a lot more details that have been available, and also a heck of a lot more reports that have come through. But to quantify this information, what I've done is compiled a list of 2 full calendar years, so 2018 and 2021, and in that have listed all of the reports that have been presented to Council, and at that breakdown of all of the reports that were in the 3 committees and the 1 ordinary, and all of the reports that were brought through to our fortnightly or bi-monthly ordinary meetings. And then from that, extracted which of those items or reports were presented to an open meeting and which of those were withheld in closed. And I would seek permission from the Chair, if I may just distribute this information, which gives a breakdown of that.
It sounds like that might be beneficial, councillors, just to have an understanding of that information in the interest of broader understanding.
Mr Mayor, the correct process is that this information be tabled.
And now I'm waiting to see it first, councillor. So just be patient. Now that I've seen the information, councillors, you've seen the information. I do propose, Councillor Enright, I just ask you to formally propose to table this information, which is probably best described as a comparative report summary.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would ask that this document, which is a comparison of meeting reports that have been presented in 2 years, 2018 and 2021, for a fair comparison, and ask that this document be tabled.
Thank you, Councillor. You'll provide an electronic version later for the... Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Right, I can do that. Yeah, okay.
Just, councillors, if you're comfortable now, will Councillor Enright continue with commentary or observation?
Mr Mayor, do we need to move that
No,
resolution that it be tabled?
No, I don't believe we do. In the past, we've received matters tabled from you without a resolution. It's just tabled, I believe.
No, I've always had a resolution to table.
Well, I'm happy, Councillor, you've moved it as a procedural motion. We won't mess around. We'll take it as a procedural motion from Councillor Enright to table it. Anyone wishing, you wish to speak further to your motion to table, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it just helps give information, particularly for the benefit of our newer councillors, to understand what a fair comparison is between the old system and the current new system.
Anyone wishing to speak against the tabling? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please
Thank you,
continue with your
councillors.
comments.
So, councillors, the information that I have here, you'll see in the top table there, reports to meetings, and that is, to me, is the crux of what we're talking about the information that comes forward to this table. And I've listed there 2 years what was it, 2018, 2021. The top of the table is 2021, listing the 12 months that we have had in the old system where we had a councillor, executive and planning workshop, so 2 of those per month. And then in the right-hand column is the ordinary meeting, which included 3 committee meetings and an ordinary meeting. So if you go across on the top line, commencing there in January, the date of the meeting, 21st of January 2018, we had 3 items in those 2 workshops, and they're an internal report in the workshop, so those were obviously closed to the public as it's an internal discussion. Then we move across to the ordinary and committee meetings where we had 11 items that were in open and 3 in closed. So that's a compilation of all of the items that were in the committee. So that's in the committees, we had the 3 committees. Quite often there would be closed items in the committees, and then that moves forward into the ordinary where often there would be closed items in the ordinary meeting as well. So the breakdown, if you run right down through those, we had a total of...
Can I just...
Yes.
You just... So the 11 and the 3 are the total for all the committees and the ordinary?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So those 3 closed would be in the... They're not doubled up, so it's not 3 in the committee
No,
and also 3 in the... The 3 were closed in the ordinary.
If you had the three committee agendas,
Yep.
and the ordinary agenda,
Yep.
how many items in those 4 agendas were closed?
Thank you.
Yep. So the tally of the year's worth of reports, so those that came to to all of those meetings was 134 that were in open and 47 that were in closed. So that represents that 74% of the reports that came to those committee and ordinary meetings were open and 26% were closed. And if we move to the next table, which is the 2021 calendar year, and you'll notice there is a lot more meetings because we've had the 2 monthly meetings there. So they're per meeting. And we have the Council Exec Workshop in the left column, the ordinary meetings, which was twice monthly, in the right 2 columns there. So going through that same example, you have in open in the January, we had 9 open items and 0 closed. February, 10 open, 0 closed. Second meeting in February was 9 open and 0 closed. So right down to the tally, we had 151 items that were brought forward to the meetings, to the ordinary. Over 12 months, 151 is the total of open, and closed, there were 31. So that represents 83% of the meetings in the new meeting structure in 2021 were in open, and 17% were in closed. So if you compare that to the old committee system, where the number of items that were closed was 26%, and into the new meeting structure, these were 17% over that same 12-month term. What is also interesting is the number of items that were brought up to our internal workshops, and you'll note that in 2018 there were 183 items that were brought up through the workshops. If you look at the tally of the Council Exec workshops, in 2021 there were 277 items brought to our attention for our information and awareness. That's an increase of over 50% more reports that were tabled under this new meeting structure.
Just a question.
Yes.
In relation to those closed items, the 277,
Yes.
could you tell me, how did you assess whether they should have been there or not? Because when we get our executive workshops, there's no indication under Section 254J of the regulations whether they should be in closed session or whether they should be in open session. And my criticism of the current workshop, and this is why I believe this, your analysis, while I applaud you for the great effort that you've put into it, but it's totally spurious in my view because a number of reasons. And the first reason is that legislation has changed between 2018 and 2020. It was called Balcara. And in October 2020, all planning workshops which were closed in 2018 now become open in 2020. And so, the later part of certainly in 2021, all planning workshops were supposed to be open. And sorry, you're calling.
Sorry, no. Unless Councillor Enright wants to call a point of order, I'm just asking him to wait.
Yes, I would call a point of order because that claim you made is not correct. You said that all items that were in the council and exec workshops previously are now in open, and that is incorrect.
No, I didn't say that at all. That's not my point. My point is that the council and
Sorry,
executive.
Councillor, can we just clarify what you made the statement that Balcara required?
Yeah, required all planning matters. Like there was a section 275 under the old Local Government Act which was repealed, and in that it said that planning meetings could be closed to the public, right? But under section 452J or whatever it is of the new regulations, it took that item out and excluded planning committees from planning decisions or items for the agenda. It excluded them from being done in confidential session. And that's why this comparison is just way off the mark. And also it's way off the mark because...
In your view, Councillor, please articulate in your view. You did say this
Mr
before.
Mayor, you don't need to interrupt me to say that because everybody knows
you did clarify. This is your view.
Everything I say is my view, right? So you don't say that to everybody else who has a point to make. This is your view, unless we've all got to, in future, say, this is my view before we speak. I mean, that's crazy. That's just an interruption.
Continue, Councillor.
So, under the council and executive workshops, the next column that needs to be put in here to make it any sense at all is to analyse every item in the executive workshop to see whether it would have come under section 245J. There are nine provisions in section 245J. That's 254. Yeah, you're right. Which says that something can be closed to the public, and that section, and I'll read them to you for the benefit of the listening gallery. The only reasons you can actually have in a council and executive workshop, and this is what my resolution tries to say, is that there are 9 reasons where you can go into closed session in a workshop. But you can't provisions, and first one is the appointment and discipline or dismissal of the chief executive officer. The second one is industrial matters affecting employees. The third is the local government budget. The fourth are rating concessions. The fifth is legal advice. The sixth is matters affecting health and safety of an individual. G is negotiations relating to a commercial matter. The H in those provisions is negotiations relating to taking of land under the Acquisition of Land Act. And the last one is matters that need to be kept confidential under a law of or formal arrangement with the Commonwealth or state. Now,
point of order, Councillor.
Sure.
That description relates to matters that can be considered confidential within the structure of the ordinary meeting or the public agenda, and so it does not relate to the content of workshop processes or briefings which are not decision authorities. The list you described were decisions in that context, and decisions have to be part of a public meeting, typically the ordinary meeting in our case at present, and the only matters that can be confidential, which if you look at today's example, there's a specific reference to those clauses for why that matter today is confidential. So it's decision, that relates to decision processes, nothing in workshops. So that does not relate to workshops. Workshops are not decision forums, which seems to be a point of confusion in your interpretation.
And I think around this table, everybody knows that if you look at the sort of things that we've been discussing in workshops, which quite often don't even get to an ordinary meeting, there's those sort of things that are done in workshops at the moment, you know, should be out there in the public record, and the public should be allowed to sit in and listen.
Point of order, Councillor. Point of order. You're suggesting that council is you seem to be suggesting that councillor is acting contrary to the Act. That's a very dangerous allegation to your...
You seem to be, Mr Mayor. You've made that allegation, and you need to back it up if you want to, or you should withdraw that.
Councillor,
you should withdraw that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor, I carefully said it seems that your wording, so I'm trying to clarify from you, you're suggesting that council is considering decisions, because it's decisions that have to be transparent.
Council doesn't make decisions in these briefings, you know that, Mr Mayor, but I'm saying that... Anyway, look, I'm not going to, you know, get into a tit-for-tat discussion on this particular motion today. All I will say is comment that the legislation has completely changed since Councillor Enright's done his comparison. It's not apples with apples, it's apples with zucchinis, I think. That might be a good way of describing it. And so I don't see it's got any relevant much to the discussion today. And we could go and talk about tit for tat, and it was perfectly foreseeable that this would be the direction of the debate on this particular issue. But the resolution is very clear on the intent. And
Sorry,
all these questions,
Councillor,
Point
of order, Councillor. You can talk to your motion in a moment, but Councillor, you were challenging. Councillor Enright was still in the middle. You were challenging his information. He still is making comment.
Sure, okay.
So please respect that, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Swanborough, for your view. The reason I selected these 2 years is that we needed to get a fair comparison for a full calendar year, and because of election in 2020, there was meetings that were not held in the middle of the year, so we needed to get a fair comparison. I'm aware of the change of legislation that produced the outcomes with those 9 areas for decision-making forums. So the information then, while you couldn't really compare for those years in between, because of to getting a fair comparison, because of the changes of the legislation and the changes of the fact there was election in 2020. So there was meetings not there. So, but I will just get back to my point that in producing the number of reports that come to our workshop, the feed of information is really what this is about. And when we've produced 277 reports as opposed to 183 in the same calendar year, that shows that we've covered another 50% more information. Now, some of these items may have come up more than once. They don't necessarily directly refer to what comes forward to our ordinary meeting, but it's about information and gaining information. And the time that we've put in around this table with this information is the right thing for our community that we represent. What is significant is the administrative task behind the scene to produce the old system and the new system. And using the old system, as the CEO mentioned, there's agendas for each of the 2 committees. There's agendas and reports for each of the 3 committees, and then there's the agenda and minutes from the ordinary meeting. So over the 12 months of 2018, there was 120 agendas, reports and minutes that were compiled, as opposed to the new system for all of 2021, there were only 66 agendas, reports and minutes. So virtually half of the administrative work behind the scenes and 50% more outcomes. So to me that was a significant improvement in the efficiency of how we operate, and to me, to go back to an older system that has proven to be less efficient, as opposed to the new system that has provided greater transparency, 17% versus 26% in the closed items, certainly more efficient in the administrative tasks in behind the scenes, and to me it's the right thing to do for our community in dealing with those items of business that come to council.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor McConnell? Do you have...
Yeah, just on the comments that Councillor Enright made, he made the assumption that we're going back to the old system of 3 committee meetings, and that's not what's in the resolution. The resolution is to explore a better openness and transparency, which is in our corporate plan, and it highlights there with extra 50% more tabled reports, which, you know, I honestly believe that some of those can be out in the public. Now, I've always said to people, I'm against unfettered access to council, but I am for open and transparent. For things that should just be out in the open, I believe we have a duty to put those out so that people are aware. And I applaud him for his data that he's got here, but without knowing what each of those items were and whether they could be open and transparent and be brought out to the open that are in the workshops, the 277, that's what we need to explore, and that's what we're going to do with this resolution.
Can I just make a clarification, Councillor McConnell? You described an intent that isn't what the first part of this motion is. So I support the discussion as you described it. I support that intent. This was back to my earlier point. The wording in part 1 of this is very specific. It doesn't allow for the exploration. It specifies a specific course of action. Doesn't consider the opportunity to enhance what exists. It says trash it and replace it. It says specifically commit. Commit to the transition. And then it specifies the transition to. That's the discomfort with this. It denies the openness of the scope. Is just to your point, Councillor, that's what makes me uneasy with this. It's precluded councillors from looking at a range of understandings of what the issues were. It prescribes a course of action. And that part 1 is the greatest concern I see, that it limits the ability to properly consider all aspects.
So you're not against it, you just need better clarification on point 1.
Councillor, I believe we should always be doing a review to ensure we're getting effectiveness and finding the best course of meetings. Have always said so. It's what we did. So, Councillor, we should always be seeking to improve transparency and efficiency, and in getting best value out of the resources of the organisation, not having them just repeating things for the sake of repeating them, which is part of what led to the last move. So that's why this is, for me, this is a prescriptive motion that prevents, it actually narrows the scope of what can be discussed rather than opens it. When we did the last review, we were very open So it's the wording of that first part that is very specific about committing to a transition rather than to a review and determination of the best way forward. For instance,
Just by clarification, Mr Mayor, the motion doesn't commit to a review as such as in the terms that you're talking about. What it does say is we need a planning committee. That's the only decision that's really made here. And everything else is up for discussion. How many ordinary meetings, what's the cycle, you know, what's going to be inside of those meetings, who's going to chair them, you know, what policies and delegations need to be changed. There's a whole raft of things which is a deliberative process and it involves all of the council. So the question today, therefore, and you've correctly identified that this is a transition to a new system, but it's a new system that only has one new parameter at the moment, and that is a commitment to a planning and development committee. And that's the decision that this motion wants the council to make today.
so Councillor McGuinness, you've had your microphone on there.
Yes.
To your comment or question?
Comment, actually, and it's in relation to what's been put in front of us from Councillor Enright, who I thank for the time he spent in doing this, but I think it is quite irrelevant because it's not council, apart from a very few cases, have decided that we go into closed. The big majority of items that come forward, staff decide, and this is no implication on staff at all for doing these. They see it fit, and in virtually every case, I agree with their reasoning. One of the 9 reasons to go into close. So, I think unless you break it down and look at every one, should have it actually gone in or should have not? I don't think it is that relevant to what the motion in front of us is at the present time. And I thank once again Councillor Enright for doing that, and it's information, but it's I don't think it's that relevant to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I must just express and clarify, it is concerning. It's a concerning comment because whilst things come into the agenda based on the assessment of CEO preparing the agenda, for matters to actually move into closed is a decision of council. And it is always a decision of council whether it stays as a closed item or whether it becomes an open item. So to suggest other than that would be concerning. That is our obligation. We're provided a report which explains a context. It's up to us to determine each time on each occasion. And we have overturned that recommendation in the life of this council.
Yeah, thanks for your clarification, Mayor. If there is a number of times, I think I wouldn't have to use the whole of one hand in my time that we have overridden the interpretation of council officers to go into closed or not. Very, very occasionally we have, and no doubt with good justification, but the majority of times we do follow that, and the large majority of times we do follow that recommendation.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could...
Councillor Enright, did you wish to respond any further to...
Yeah, a couple of things. To Councillor McGuinness, I think that the information that's provided to us from the executive in regards to what should be in open or what should be closed is made on the legislation to those very 9 points that Councillor Swanborough raised. So that shows that the diligence of the executive team in providing that that information through to us in a correct way.
Councillor, did you have anything further to add? Otherwise, go back. Are there further questions or clarifications? Councillor McConnell.
I'd just like to explore more your comments about point 3, if I could, Mr Mayor. Could you just explain the legislative requirements that we have in regards to the implementation of a workshop group?
So, Councillor, all I can deal with is the delegation of local government powers that reads as follows: a local government may, by resolution, delegate a power under this Act or another Act to A, the Mayor, B, the Chief Executive Officer, C, a standing committee or joint standing committee of the local government, D, the chairperson of a standing committee or joint standing committee of the local government, or E, to another local government for the purposes of a joint government activity. That was the context that I was asking for the clarity around. That's all I'm trying to...
I'm all good. So what you're saying that we would have to change the wording in this from workshop to standing committee?
No, because we haven't formed a standing committee. So you have to create...
Yeah.
So
that's right. So part of it would be we'd have to form a standing committee to review, to have a look at the meeting system implementation.
Again, and it would be the delegation to a chairperson.
Yep.
Not to... So it's just the clarity of the legislation around the role as deputy mayor is quite specific.
Oh, yeah.
This talks specifically around the delegation of powers and where they can flow to, and without a properly structured, and this is part of this motion, talks about structuring committees, which is a standing committee which has a scope and a charter and then aligns and is referenced in the standing orders. So that's the challenge in where we rest today. And I draw attention, point 4 actually talks about what would be a normal process, was the process previously, which was a process conducted by the Chief Executive Officer at the request of Council, because the Chief Executive Officer has access to the resources of the organisation. So no one here can direct the resources of the organisation. So it's for the CEO to then receive the request and to actually conduct that workshop, which then provides officers to access and support the discussion of councillors, which actually brings to another question. Creating this working group by resolution begs the question, is it a public record working group?
I'd be happy for it to be a public record working group, but we can decide all those things after we've actually committed to something. At the moment, all these questions are really good questions, Mr Mayor, that you're asking, but they're all easily resolvable, but they don't really impact on the overall outcome of the notice of motion today. As I said earlier, Council can, by resolution, do just about anything at the end of the day, and to say that the Council, for some reason under legislation, can't form a working group and appoint a member of Council as the chair would just be ludicrous, in my view. So, see, I said my view, Mr Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
So I'm just saying that, a resolution of Council is the highest, majority decision of Council is the highest form of decision making in the Council.
Well, Councillor, thank you for your view. It's good to know that you seem to, from my point of view, what that comment says is when it suits, you'll refer to the legislation. All I've done is share what the legislation says. I haven't said anything other than that, and you seem to be saying that you believe that piece of the legislation is ludicrous, therefore we shouldn't be bound by it, which is my interpretation of your comment, which doesn't seem consistent with our desire and intent for transparency. And I apologise if you think my questions today, I note the few inferences along the way. My comments are about trying to get clarity and understanding, and there are a number of issues that haven't been clarified that make this a very uncomfortable decision to commit to, and particularly whilst you interpret the wording you've placed in part 1, of your motion, it is the specific wording in the first sentence that is most concerning, because it prescribes a conversion rather than opening an exploration. So it just says that basically you've determined
That
the
is
right
the
outcome.
intent. That is the intent of the motion, Mr. Mayor. And whether it's disturbing or not is really a decision for the members around this table.
Correct, Councillor, and it's difficult to support something that's, for me, it will be difficult to support something that's so closed in its intent, because it actually denies other councillors the broadest voice that they should be able to exercise. But that's just my view. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Enright?
Question, if I may, Mayor, to Councillor Swanborough. In your motion, you have proposed that we transition directly to a committee system. In there, you have not outlined that there would be a review of the current operations of council. You are suggesting that we disregard what we've been operating on, in my view, very successfully, without consideration of impacts on delivery of services to our community and the impacts on staff. So what is your intention as far as understanding where we're currently at, as far as, are you going to do a review of what we're doing, and or are you moving straight to a predetermined outcome?
Thank you. Very good question, and I'm very pleased to answer it. I'm listening to my residents. I'm listening to residents across the whole of the Scenic Rim who are dissatisfied with the level of openness and transparency that we have in our meeting system at the moment. That's the first answer. Yes, it is. It's going to be an uncomfortable decision if you don't agree with it. A review is not the way to go here, because we've had 2 years of operating this system at the moment, and I think there's enough information around the table to understand what the issues are. And of course, you've taken the time or got the executive, I don't know whether you did it personally or not, but you've taken the time to try and analyse it, and I think that's good, because that information can feed into this implementation committee, and we can then verify it and justify to see whether it's a reasonable comparison or not. But the one question today that we're deciding is, given the development that's happening in the council area, and I refer to Councillor McConnell's points, which were very, very clear. We know that we're getting backlash from the community about the time frames, to decide planning applications, and then there's quite often no recourse to the public because they didn't even know a decision had been made. And I think that's the very minimum that we need to move to at this point in time. And all those other questions that you've got in relation to who does what and how what it's going to cost and all those things, they're all relevant. But, as a corporate services director myself for 25 years, having implemented many meeting systems, and as knowing that this council's had committee meetings for over 20 years in the previous councils, I know the workload that's involved in putting something together, and that's why I've taken it into consideration in giving a 6-month time frame in order for all this to occur. And if it takes, if we can't do it within six months, well, I'd be very surprised, because I know that at a detailed level, what work is likely to be involved, and I think it's highly achievable and reasonable. And it's not an overburden, but because it's such an important thing, it's one of the things that we need to give priority for, to instil that confidence back in the Scenic Rim Council as being an open, transparent in its decision making.
If I can just respond?
Yes, Councillor.
So I guess that means no, you're not going to review, you're only going on to the information that that you believe is accurate, because I don't get that feedback from my community. And I think I've proven that, given the legislation that we are operating now in this current system, at 17% of the items that are enclosed and a huge 83% of items that are in open, my community is very happy.
Your community is not happy. I'd have to dispute that. I mean,
Sorry,
I've got a petition at home with 3,000 signatures on it of people who are unhappy with the council's decision-making system, and if we can't ignore that.
Point of order, councillor. You've not presented it. It doesn't exist. Point of order. If it hasn't been presented, you can't table it here. You haven't tabled it?
It was a petition to Anastasia Palaszczuk, Mr.
So, councillor, it's not relevant today. That's disingenuous. And, you know, it's clearly not something that's been referred back with any great concern, as far as I'm aware, from the communications to council through the proper channels. Councillor, any further questions or comments before we move into perhaps a bit more discussion, noting the time? If not, we're open to discussion. Councillor, I find it interesting that, having denigrated the work of Councillor Enright, doing a comparison to 2018 to 2021, you then resort to comparisons to your time, at least three generations of legislation previously around committee structures, and you point to that and try to say that this is now moving forward to a new system. I'm just concerned that you're taking a reference from an old era, and again, my concern with the wording of the motion is that it is limiting to exploring good, better, best. And my view, I support Councillor McConnell. There are opportunities that we've talked about better communication. There are ways to do that without bogging down the process of council, and I'm not sure that the wording, particularly in your part one, actually opens up that opportunity for understanding. That's the concern with the wording as it is. Councillor.
I'll move a procedural motion, Mr. Mayor, that the motion be put.
Councillor, I guess you've put a procedural motion. It's Councillor Swanborough's put a procedural motion. Wish to speak to your procedural motion, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, we've been discussing this for over an hour now. Everybody's had a chance to say. We could go into another hour's discussion. We're talking about all the detail that the motion says that we're all going to have an opportunity to discuss down the track. It's very plain. The wording is clear and simple, and it commits the council to doing something which I believe the ratepayers of the area want to see. I think it'll enhance the integrity in the local government system. I think it's in the public interest that we do this. I think, you know, we have constant criticisms that the press are not being informed about things in the council. They're not being kept in the loop because things aren't being done in open committees. They're being done in closed sessions, and quite often with the only justification, you know, being that someone's decided. I believe that if we think we need another hour to discuss this, then you'll vote down my procedural motion. If you believe that we've discussed it or not, I'm happy to have a defeated motion and we'll move forward. But, you know, we need to work out, have we had enough discussion about this, or are we going round in circles?
Councillor wishing to speak against the procedural motion? Councillor McGuinness?
A question more than speaking against it. You've tabled the motion. Has there been a second before that?
No, we're still in between that. We haven't got to the point of a
But
second.
you're putting we can't vote on it until there's a second of it.
No. So this
You're
is
right.
a
I've
procedural
been
motion.
waiting for a second, but we haven't got to it.
Sorry, this is a procedural motion, Councillor McGuinness.
I'll withdraw the procedural motion
sorry,
so we
no.
can get a seconder, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, no, Councillor. We're dealing, I'm just clarify, we're in the middle of the process between having a mover and questions and comments and now discussion, because we jumped straight to the moving before we could ask questions in advance, which is part of our opportunity in our standing orders. That was denied, so we had to then ask the questions after the motion was put, and then engage in the questioning, the comments, and any additional discussion prior to seeking a seconder to move forward to that formal debate. So that's why procedural motion is to curtail discussion before we move forward to seek a seconder. I hope that helps, Councillor McInnes.
Mr Mayor, you probably should have ruled that procedural motion was out of order because there hadn't been a seconder.
Sorry,
to that motion.
no, Councillor, procedural motion doesn't need a seconder. Procedural motion doesn't need a seconder, Councillor.
I'm saying my original motion didn't get a seconder.
No,
Mr.
no,
Mayor.
Councillor, you didn't hear a word I said. We're not at the stage of getting a seconder yet. We're at the point where it's... Yes, you can, Councillor. You can put a procedural motion forward at any point in the structure of the... Councillor, your procedural motion was to curtail discussion and proceed with...
Procedural motion was that the motion be put, but in actual fact there was no
so
motion.
the motion can't be put, but you wanted to... Your intent was to curtail discussion. Councillor, your wording was to curtail discussion. So, procedural motion doesn't need to be seconded. So to be able to put the motion, Councillor, we need to move forward to be able to get to a seconder. Okay? So we need to deal with the procedural motion first.
There is no procedural motion because I withdrew it, and I also said that the chair...
Thank you, Councillor. I'm trying to give you latitude. So we're continuing with the discussion at the moment. Councillor McConnell?
Would Councillor Swanborough look at a couple of changes to point 1, and that being that the third line where it says to a committee system to a meeting system, as decided, which to me indicates that it's more of a review of a new system.
Look, the Local Government Act really only speaks about ordinary meetings and committee meetings. If we have another meeting system, you know, there are very few options left under the Local Government Act. So I would say that would be a step into the unknown, and it would be just purely a review which could take forever and be a never-ending story.
No, yeah, because you've actually... I'm happy to commit to the transition, but I think that third line needs to say meeting system instead of committee system, because the meeting system includes the planning and development, and if that's the only other committee that we have, then that's okay. It's as decided. So we're not saying, Councillor Enright's point, that we're going to bring back all 3 or 4 or 5 committees. We may only decide to implement the planning or transition to a planning and development committee. So I think the wording, the committee system, it should be a meeting system to include.
A meeting system to include a planning and development committee.
And other committees as decided.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Just going back to point 3 with yourself, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Mm-hmm. What are the implications of that point 3 going ahead?
Well, Councillor, it creates a very awkward position and certainly, particularly when you read it in the context of point 4, it will be a frustrating position because you have no authority. You can't direct the CEO. You can't direct an officer. And so the normal process for a matter like this is along the lines of what Part 4 is, which that it's council directs it to the CEO to put in place a proper process involving councillors and relevant officers to fulfil the requirements of the motion. That would be a more typical approach. Is the better point.
Yeah, that's taken. Everybody knows what the role of the CEO is, and we know the boundaries about directing a CEO. This is about the councillors with the executive and the CEO forming a collaborative committee to work through a process. There's no confusion about that. The CEO will have his normal powers, as the councillors will have their normal powers, but it's not a situation of directing anybody, and it's just a normal process that would occur about any particular issue that might need to be workshopped.
Well, again, councillor, that's why the normal way we workshop things is through the process of the CEO having charge of preparing it, deploying the resources of the organisation to provide the input, response to questions from councillors, to put it into a structure so that it can be managed and have the authority to access those resources. So I believe all point 3 does is create a role confusion that doesn't create any additional value and in fact has the risk of slowing it down is truly the concern, Councillor McConnell. To me, we have an internal workshop process which can accommodate this. It might be a special workshop process that can accommodate it, but the resources of the organisation have to deploy it. So that needs to have the clarity of the ownership of the CEO to deploy those resources is the really important part, and I think those two create a confusion.
So when we have a workshop in regards to the transition to a new meeting system, who would chair that workshop?
If it's a workshop within the normal workshop process, it would normally be chaired by myself unless we decided, Councillor, that there was value, and this has happened in the past, in having an independently facilitated process to work through those conversations.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting that you want to be the chair of this implementation committee?
No, Councillor, I don't see... Sorry, Councillor, I'm just saying point 3 would automatically come under the accountability of the CEO and the Mayor to ensure that the resolution is then followed through. That's normal protocol, and that's why this is simply about understanding what the Act says about the role of Deputy Mayor. When I'm busy elsewhere or have multiple things on, it will be delegated to the Deputy Mayor to pick up and carry these items. So that's what the role of Deputy Mayor is. It's not got a broader remit, as we discussed last meeting.
This is not necessarily about the role of the Deputy Mayor, even though he happens to be the Deputy Mayor. It would be nonsense, Mr. Mayor, to have you as a chair of a committee for something that you didn't believe in. And I don't know if that's the case or not at this point in the stage, but when we get to a vote, we would know that. But the reason we would have...
Councillor, that is a deeply offensive comment. deeply offensive, and I'm going to ask you to withdraw it very clearly. Councillor, let me finish and explain. I take the role as Mayor very seriously, and I believe I've tried to show in the chamber the obligation to process. Once a resolution of council is formed, it is my obligation and the obligation of every other councillor here to respect it and support its implementation.
That's why I qualified what I said, Mr. Mayor, that we only would know the answer to that question after the vote was taken.
So, no, councillor, it doesn't matter what the answer to the question is. That's the point. It is offensive to suggest that if I didn't agree with the resolution that I wouldn't support it.
Mr. Mayor, I don't get involved in the politics of offence. You know,
Well,
and everybody
you should,
can
councillor.
everybody can take offence, and you often take offence at a
Councillor.
lot of things. I won't be apologising because I don't believe
Well,
I made an offensive comment.
councillor, consider yourself with your first warning for not respecting the code of conduct requirements when in the operation of the meeting.
I
You
want to
made
move.
an
I want to
offensive
move a
comment.
motion of dissent on your ruling that this is my first warning.
Sorry, councillor.
I want to move a motion of dissent on your moving that this is the first
So
warning
moved.
to me.
So moved. Your procedural motion of dissent. You've moved it. Speak to your motion.
Well, Mr. Mayor, the council needs to decide whether my comment was meant to have any offence to you. So that is what this motion will say. You know, did the other councillors believe that I was being offensive to you when I made that comment?
Well, councillor, I'll speak against your motion, and I'll just clarify what is the point of the code of conduct is. It's, if you made the comment and you didn't intend to cause offence, then there's no harm in apologising for the offence because it wasn't your intent. However, when you refuse to apologise for the offence that I've reported to you, and I've explained to you that it's deeply egregious to suggest that I would do other than to uphold this resolution of council to the best of my ability. If it passes, that is a serious allegation, and so I did take offence at it, and I do ask you, if it wasn't your intent to say that, that's why I asked you to withdraw the comment and apologise for the offence. Whether you intended
Mr. Mayor,
to
there was no offensive comment made, and it's up to the council to decide whether they thought it was offensive or not.
Councillor, you had the chance to talk to your motion, and I was responding, and once again you've overstepped the process. Does anyone else wish to speak in support of the motion of dissent?
Mayor, could I ask for clarification, please?
Yes, councillor.
Can the meeting tool, a motion of dissent, be used for a code of conduct warning?
I believe it can. It's been used before that way, and it certainly is. Councillors, whilst I believe I have a particular context of what the code of conduct says based on the training that I've gone through multiple times, it's up to councillors to determine whether that's a reasonable standard. So, you have something to clarify, Principal Specialist?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have opened up to the standing orders in relation to unsuitable meeting conduct, and initially the Chair has ruled that Councillor Swanborough's conduct was unsuitable meeting conduct under Section 6. The process is that the Chair has requested the Council to take remedial action, which is apologising for the conduct. The standing orders say that the Councillor fails to comply with that request. The Chairperson is to warn the Councillor that failing to comply with the request could result in an order being issued. So I think the warning hasn't been provided at this point in time that needs to be provided to the councillor, that failing to apologise will result in an order being issued, and then there's 3 options in relation to that order, which is reprimand, leave the chamber, etc. So, and then you can make that motion of dissent in relation to the decision that the chair has initially made. So I'm just trying to clarify the process here, because it's not something that we use very often, but that's where we're at now, where I believe the chair should warn the councillor that failing to comply with that decision of the chair can result in an order being issued. But like I said, the motion of dissent can then be raised and determined.
So you're identifying that the motion of dissent cannot be raised at the moment?
Well, we need the warning to be provided.
Yes,
because
so
that is
the
when
motion of this dissent would need to be withdrawn at this point of time.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Swanborough heard that
No.
answer.
Did you hear? No, councillor. Did you listen to anything that was being said, or were you busy distracted? Well, you should have asked for him to speak up. But basically, the motion of dissent can't be moved until we move past the refusal to fulfil the motion of dissent cannot be moved until we've moved past the warning to the clarification. The next step is to advise what will be the action if the warning isn't responded to. Then we're at a point where we can move to the motion of dissent.
Well, Mr. Mayor, let's move to the next point. And what is your punishment?
Councillor, you've got to withdraw what you have there at the moment. That's all.
Well, I'll withdraw the motion of dissent.
So, councillor, the issuing of the warning was not because of whether your intent or otherwise. It was the impact of your words, and the code of conduct talks about respect and the requirement that where that causes unintended offence, then there's the opportunity to apologise and for the unintended effect. However, when you're reluctant to apologise for even an unintended offence, the concern comes into reasonable consideration that it was intended to cause it, which is more concerning. So that is why the warning comes into play, councillor, and therefore if you continue to not be prepared to apologise for the unintended impact of your words, then we will move to the next action. So I'm clarifying that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very interested to see where this is going to go. But to me, it's more dangerous to set a precedent where someone just can claim that they're offended by something, and that has to be accepted. What rights does any other person around this table, have to claim that they've been offended by another comment? I mean, I'll let the public judge whether or not it was an offensive comment, as well as yourself.
No, councillor, it doesn't matter. This in the meeting chamber, I've explained that your comments made an allegation that inferred I would not properly discharge responsibility.
That's not what I said, Mr. Mayor. I said that it would be unwise, I think were the words, to have a person chairing an implementation committee if they didn't believe in the process that we were trying to achieve.
Well,
that's what was said.
That wasn't the words that were said, councillor.
If you'd like to tell me the exact words that were said.
More than just unwise. You actually suggested I wouldn't be capable of it. That's why I clarified I am bound to that. So if you're...
There is no mention of capable, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, if you didn't intend the offence, then there would be no drama for you in apologising for any unintended offence. but it seems that you have a drama. Councillor McConnell?
Can I just ask where you're finding this unintended offence statement?
Sorry, the unintended, so for me, any councillor
Yeah.
at any time can raise that they feel something is offensive and demeaning and explain why. So
Yeah.
all I've said is I found that comment offensive, and I'm clarifying, I'm not accusing the councillor of deliberately trying to be offensive, I'm just flagging that the comment was offensive.
That's right. And you had unintended. You stated
And-
that there was something about unintended
Well,
offences
oh,
that people
so-
should apologise.
So
Should apologise.
all I'm pointing out, if the intention, so there was I found it offensive. Is that reasonable? I'm allowed to.
Yeah, you're allowed to
Yeah.
be offended.
Thank you, councillor. And all I'm pointing out for the councillor, if it wasn't his intent to be offensive, like all of us from time to time, if someone says that's offensive, then it's easy to say apologies. That wasn't my intent. Let me clarify. But that wasn't the response, and therefore, under a code of conduct matter, I'm saying, well, then I can only conclude that there was an intent to carry offence, because there's no willing and all. That's why I introduced the concept. If there wasn't an intent, then it's easy to say, well, that wasn't my intention, and move on. That's why this has now become a big issue, because it seems Councillor Swanborough is not prepared to say, well, it wasn't my intent to cause offence, and can we please move on? So that's.
Thought he'd said that.
Well, no, I haven't heard that.
I did say that, but you're insisting
Please
that I apologise.
clarify what you said, councillor. I'm happy to hear your with your explanation of it wasn't your intent to be
My
offensive.
explanation again was not intended to cause offence. What it said was that it would be improper, in my view, for a person to be chairing an implementation committee if they didn't believe in the purpose of that particular committee. And then I also said that I don't know what your intention is at this point in time, because we actually haven't voted on the matter. That's what I said.
So again, that's confusing, councillor. It seems you've really confused the issue there. So your last comment, I am comfortable that you've clarified that you weren't intending. So I'm happy that you have now clarified the response to the warning. That withdraws, it clarifies that wasn't the intent, and I'm happy now to proceed. So we are still now back. Sorry, Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wonder, following Councillor McConnell's suggestion to Councillor Swanborough of an amendment, I just wonder whether he would consider a couple of amendments to his motion or changes to the wording, if amendments are probably not quite there yet. That in
Just a point of order. Just a point of order here. The standing orders say that we can only deal with one amendment at a time, and now we're starting to pile amendment on top of amendment. We're not at that particular stage to amend.
So we're still in discussion,
Yeah.
is my understanding, councillor. So
right.
we're
So-
just having discussion.
so
So we're not proposing amendments. We're talking about possibilities.
So, following on from the discussion that Councillor McConnell raised about a change of wording, in your motion, would you consider adding the words following a review of the current system
Whereabouts are you adding this?
in paragraph 1, following the word transparency? So, in the interest of enhanced public transparency and following a review of the current meeting system,
The answer to that, Councillor Enright, is no.
I'm not sure the councillor has the appetite for that. I think
Okay, all
that's
right.
been clarified before.
Second, I just wanted to put that out there. Second, would you consider changing point 3 for the to replace the words deputy mayor with an independent chair.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Items, councillors? Councillor McConnell, you're sort of leaning on the button, you're thinking, forming what you want to say. Councillors, it's been a long session. Would it be beneficial to adjourn for 20 minutes and just allow everyone to recharge a moment, and we'll then return and consider, still in discussion with Councillor McConnell ready to speak. So we're adjourning at, I won't trust that clock, at 15:15. Amazing what a new battery does. And we'll return at 25 minutes to 12. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to those in the gallery. welcome back councillors, executive and those joining us in the digital gallery. Councillor McConnell, you were preparing to speak as we continue in discussion.
I just wanted to discuss more about the confidential workshops we hold at the moment and the items that are contained within those. When we have planning items within those workshops and we know they're coming up for ordinary meeting, are they still confidential, what we discuss in them, that we can't discuss with the public, even though we know it's going to come up within the next meeting? Address this to the CEO if I could.
Thanks, Councillor McConnell, for your question. The comment I could make is that in the council policy management of confidential information of council by councillors adopted November 2020, information is confidential. Information examined or discussed at council and executive workshop, unless the CEO declares that such information or part thereof is not confidential. I haven't declared any of those matters as not being confidential, so therefore it would be.
Thank you.
So perhaps just some further clarity to that, firstly from the GM.
If I could also just advise, as councillors would realise in those discussions, many times councillors being briefed on where the assessment process is up to, and officers are always very clear that the assessment decision has not been made, but it's an effort to keep councillors informed throughout the process. So to your point about telling the public, it would be premature to tell them something that where a decision hadn't been made.
Yeah, correct.
Councillor, just before you go on, it might be helpful in that context to clarify their internal workshops, that because they're internal to the workings of council, they attract confidentiality. And because they're internal to council, they're under the oversight of the organisation, being the CEO. Correct. Which goes to that comment from the CEO. But please, thank you.
So when we had the committee system previous in 2018, did planning issues go through the workshop, then the committee meeting, then into ordinary? I'm seeing some nods and some shakes.
Yes, I did.
That's correct. Those items were often discussed with councillors in a workshop or briefing session, and then depending on the nature of that planning matter, whether there was a decision that was needed by council, then it would appear in the committee program.
Okay.
No different to what it is now.
So,
Just a
Councillor McConnell,
Just to-
continue.
questions in relation to that, and that was, were the same delegations to council officers in place at the time compared to what the delegations to council, to the CEO, like at the moment? The CEO has delegated a power, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that all planning applications can be decided by the CEO, and the only ones that get put forward to the ordinary meeting are really at the discretion of the CEO.
So, sorry, did you hear? So, Councillor Swamborough is seeking clarity about the delegations on planning matters. Were they different? He has expressed the view that all planning matters can managed, determined at the discretion of the CEO, not that no planning matters require the decision authority of council.
Delegations to the CEO haven't changed in that time.
Now the question is, do you have delegated power now from council to determine all planning applications under your delegated powers?
So just for clarity, there were two questions. Firstly was it different then to now? I believe the first part of that's been answered. Just for clarity, Councillor, that was part one of the question. And then the second part of the question, which I'm not sure is relevant to this, but it deals with some further discussion.
Well, the question from Councillor Swanborough there included the word all. The delegations that the CEO has in terms of determining development applications, I couldn't tell you whether that is all or a portion, but those actions aren't something that I sit at my desk and deal with. I sub-delegate those delegations to officers within the organisation who are experts in that field to deal with those matters.
Could we ask the governance officer if he could explain what planning delegations have been given to the CEO?
Given the extent of the delegations, Councillor, that might be a question too long for the time today.
It is, Mr. Mayor, and I guess for context, we do, and obviously as a bit of context to that, Council relies on the service that's provided by LJQ, who on the through the assistance of King Company review the delegations annually, and they provide that recommendation to councils in their delegation service. So knowing exactly all the matters, but I believe there's been instances where the matter has been the delegation has been provided to the relevant manager, and that manager has still brought those items back to council.
Could I ask the question a different way? Perhaps I'm asking it the wrong way. The question then will be, what town planning applications can go to council because the CEO doesn't have delegated powers?
I'd have to take that one on notice and then rely on the manager of planning. Because obviously there'd be a legislative requirement. I'd have to take that on notice and consult with the manager of planning on those items. I believe, from recall, this may have been queried before in the past. But.
And the difference is between, I'm interested in the legal basis, not, convention or what we do or anything like that. I'm interested in the legal basis of those delegations.
So, Councillor, it's not possible. I think you've been advised it's not possible to give you that answer today. So if that's important to today's discussion, then that'll be a roadblock to continuing. Back to Councillor McConnell, who was continuing, then Councillor McGuinness. So Councillor McConnell, you were continuing.
Yeah, I think in relation to point one, the main point where it's trying to make there is the need for a planning and development committee. How much work would go into providing support for that committee, and how would it affect the approval of developments or DAs? We've seen over the last 12 months or so with the deemed refusals for a few that we've already had. Would that impact severely on the current conduct of the planning team? Happy for the GM to answer.
Well, CEO,
or CEO.
Manage the answer.
Look, I think that's probably a question that needs to be taken on notice. It would be very difficult to provide a clear response based on that question. Every change would be an impact. The size of that change would be dependent. But I would think unless there were changes to delegations, well then currently we have one item on today's ordinary agenda that relates to a planning and development matter. Council would be under this process establishing a separate planning and development committee, and it would still be dealing with that one matter, which would then need to then also come to the ordinary meeting for the recommendation from councillors to then be endorsed. So it would be a two-part process for that one item. That wouldn't seem to be good use of time. unless council changed the delegations around those matters which were to go to the Planning and Development Committee, then I don't think one in a month would be sufficient. We would then be talking about potentially additional resources to try and manage, and councillors would be required to attend more committees and meetings to be able to cope with an additional workload as well. And that requires resourcing as well to support any of those meeting activities, calendar entries and the like. So there will always be an impact, and potentially at the moment a double impact for the same number of items.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, I was going to comment when, following on from Councillor Swanborough's comment, question about what has to come to council. I take it anything that's impact has to come to council, and then the other is a question mark for if this our planners believe this community feeling one way or another towards something, they'll bring it, and I think that's a good idea. Yeah, that it does. Yeah, if there is issues out in the community that does come before council.
If I could comment on that. Thank you, Councillor. That is correct. That's the process, and I think that's what Oliver was alluding to. The General Manager, Council of Sustainability, was alluding to, that planners have been very quick to bring forward complex matters or matters of high community interest have been brought forward, even though there may have been a delegated authority and an ability to decide on an application. So that's been consistent now for quite a number of years.
Thank you for that clarification. Further discussion off the back of Councillor McConnell's reference to point 2. In light of the earlier comments, I believe, for starters, there's no such thing as confidential workshops. There's internal workshops. Is the correct description for what occurs. And so firstly I'd ask that the councillor consider bringing proper clarity that there are workshop processes. And the second part is, in light of what Councillor Swanborough you read out earlier, the second part of that is incorrectly referenced to workshops. Matters defined as confidential, that actually, the piece you read out actually refers to the matters that can go into a closed portion of the public meeting. Is those items, rather than matters that can be in a workshop. They are matters that are decision matters, and they must remain in the ordinary meeting structure or committee structure, if that's where they committee and ordinary meeting structure. They cannot be delegated into internal workshops, because what you described were all decision matters, so they cannot be in a workshop.
Just repeat what you just said. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
So, point 2, the second part, matters defined as confidential under the local government regulations. The councillor read out that section earlier, the reason something can be declared confidential. That relates to matters for decision of council. That can be dealt with in a closed meeting, but it has to be then publicly available. Remember, we come back out of closed to present the motions. That's what the councillor, so the language that's there, if the councillor's intent was referencing against those clauses, that is an incorrect reference and would be dangerous to put in the context of internal workshops, because they're not part of the public meeting process.
I'd like to comment on that. Mr. Mayor, we go through the workshops, the confidential briefings go for up until this meeting, probably a lot longer than any other meetings, ordinary meetings that we have. And what I witness quite often is that matters that go to the confidential workshops, which may normally have been to an engineering committee workshop or a Parks and Recreation workshop or a general purposes workshop, they go through these confidential briefings, but they never actually get to an ordinary meeting for a resolution. And that happens time and time and time again. And I shake my head and think, you know, we're sitting through this workshop getting explanations from experts, from community members, from this and that, which normally in a committee system, the public would be able to sit in and listen and get that information. But at the moment, they're being denied that information because it's all in a confidential workshop. And that's at the crux of it, the crux of the problem with these confidential briefings.
Well, Councillor, thanks for sharing your opinion. I don't believe it's supported by fact, but you're entitled to your opinion. And the reality is that the internal workshop process will quite often be ensuring the adequacy of understanding and information for councillors to ensure that, and councillors, you'll recall that regularly in workshop settings I do ask the question, are you confident that you will now have sufficient information to be making the decision in the ordinary meeting? Because that's part of the key purpose of those things, and sometimes that is about gathering information for a matter that may indeed become a closed item at the public meeting. But nonetheless, to my intent and my clarity, that phrase does not attach to the operation of workshops, is my very clear understanding, particularly in light of what you read out of the Act as you're referencing points of reference. Those refer to matters in the ordinary meeting program.
No, Mr Mayor, you're on the wrong track here completely. My resolution stipulates a proposal as to how confidential briefings would be better done in the interest of transparency, and that sets out those same reasons that are in the Local Government Act. They should be also, as best practice, applied to confidential briefings, so that all the non-confidential information which is churned through these committees fortnight after fortnight after fortnight is actually public information. The media can report on it. The public can understand those issues, whatever they're discussed, because quite often they never ever get to an ordinary meeting.
I think, Councillor, quite often you're receiving briefing on things that go out in other ways to the public very strongly, and updates on matters that are presented by other parts of the community. So I respect your right to an opinion, and it's disappointing that you have such a particular view that isn't supported by the facts if we went back through things. However, again, that's the joy of democracy. Opinion seems to be more important than data. So, any other discussion, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think what needs to be acknowledged is there is a huge amount of information available on DAP Online, and that these quite often, any development application, it's not something that gets turned around in a week or two. Information is available and sits on online, available for everyone to view. Applications can be in the process for, some would be there a couple of years. So I think it's a fallacy that information is withheld for our community to understand. If there is an impact application, then public notification will be provided out there. Anyone can have a look on any development application anywhere in the region at any time, and that's the beauty that we've got with the DAP Online, the development application online. It provides the original application, it provides for information requests. It's all there. I think it's absolute lunacy that to say that the information is held back in our briefings. It's just not right.
Just the question to Councillor Enright on that particular
Councillor
matter.
Enright, maybe withdraw that last comment, please.
Sorry, ludicrous was what I meant to say, not lunacy.
The question to Councillor Enright, do you believe that DAP Online is a substitute for a Planning and Development Committee? And if that is your view, why do all our surrounding councils around us have Planning and Development Committees? And what is the purpose of a Planning and Development Committee if everything is on DAP Online and we don't, need to discuss it in public?
Just a point of clarification. All our surrounding councils don't have committees. You might not be aware, but we are surrounded by councils to the west as well, and they don't have that. At the last data review we did, they didn't have committee structures. And a large number of councils in Redlands didn't have committee structures, etc. So there is a mix of experiences of councils about how they deal with their business. There is no prescription in the Act for the provision of standing committees. It is an option. And just to clarify, it's a fallacy to say that every council are Borders's.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, I never said every council. It said that the councils, I said the majority of councils around us.
Sorry, no, you said all the councils around us.
Now, if I said all, I apologise. I thought
Thank you,
I was
Councillor.
referring to the larger. You're welcome, Mr Mayor. I'm very charitable in that sort of department.
Thank you, Councillor, for acknowledging that error. It's encouraging. You're right, Councillor. They are large councils. They are city-style councils, and they have a much different resource capability that they work to. But even some of those don't have committee structure. So, Councillor Enright, you wished.
I would like to just respond to Councillor Swanborough's first comment and make another comment. No, I don't believe that DAP Online replaces the decision-making forum. It provides information, and we as a council receive that information, and that's available to the general public as well. And I'd also like to clarify or correct you on the comment that the information that was in our committee system went to workshops. It didn't. The information that goes from our committee system went through into ordinary meeting, the current system that we're doing now.
So, sorry, Councillor, can I just clarify, because you're a bit hard to hear there. You're saying that the flow of information from committees went to the ordinary. Was that for clarification?
That's correct.
Thank you. Further discussion, councillors? Okay. Then, when we end the discussion, we seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, there'll always be divisions around this table in relation to this particular matter. I put forward this motion today to, give the opportunity for the members around the table to discuss the merits of this proposal, and this proposal merely only talks about the need for a planning committee in the first instance, and then for an implementation committee to understand how we can transition to this committee and perhaps other committees if the council so determined, and that the details could be worked out over a time frame which is achievable. It's not going to impact the organisation to a great extent. We have highly qualified officers who are doing this sort of work all the time. And matter of fact, this council over the last 25 years that I can remember has actually operated committee systems, and they worked very successfully, and we didn't have the community angst that we seem to have at the moment over the flow of information coming out of council decision making, and the complaints from the press about the information which they find difficult to get out of the council. And of course, transparency in local government is one of the principles of local government. It is the principle of the state government. If you look at the RTI Act, in all government departments there is a presumption that all information is available unless it is specifically excluded. And of course, you know, any of the social studies on transparency and open decision making, you know, say that in a democracy with a strong press that can hold organisations to account, you know, you end up with better decisions, more efficiency and effectiveness in an organisation, and you get more cooperation from the public because they don't feel disenfranchised from the decisions. And there is an expectation, I find, from talking to people in every division of this shire, that our councillors are there to represent them, and that we should be the decision makers. They feel that there's too much delegated authority, especially, you know, things like minor change applications, which have, you know, don't come to council, probably should come to some extent to a planning committee. They have big impacts on ratepayers and residents, and they're crying out for their councillors to represent them around this table in decision making. But if we're not given the opportunity to make decisions, as is the case now, they feel very unhappy about that, and they're disenfranchised from their council. This recommendation clearly sets out a process that we can undertake. It is a collaborative process, and it's a process that will have long-term benefits for the Scenic Rim Regional Council going forward in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker against? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm unable to support this motion in its entirety, with some of the wording that it contains. I believe that the current system performs very timely and efficiently and is open and transparent, but I do support the fact that we might need to review what we're doing now. It's always good to review everything that we do, and I'm very happy with that into the future. And to be honest, I haven't experienced people coming to me saying that they don't feel we are open and transparent. They come and ask questions about how they can find out information. We talk about things, but I'm more than happy if people are feeling disenfranchised about that. The transparency side of things, happy for them to come and chat with me.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker for. Councillor Conn.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion. I think it is out there that we are secretive. I don't believe that people think that we're open and transparent in all that we do. I do have concerns that that the public don't get to see all of the planning approvals with enough notice. Now, it's nice that DAP Online's there, but not everyone has the time or the ability to jump on there and bring all those up and understand it. And I think the implementation of a planning and development committee would greatly enhance our reputation for being open, transparent, which is part of our corporate plan. So I'm going to be voting for this motion.
Speaker against?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to speak against this motion. But in doing so, I certainly support that being open and transparent is important. I believe that we are doing that currently, and that we are, and it's not a destination, it's a journey. I think that we are moving toward that within the constraints of the legislation. What I can't agree with on this motion is that it's coming to a foregone conclusion about where we progress to without a review of where we're at and where we think we need to get to. I have asked the mover of the motion, Councillor Swanborough, if he would consider that an addition to the wording, that a review of where we are, but that was flatly refused. I think it's healthy that we do a review, but that's why I can't support this motion. I've already demonstrated that what we're doing now is clearly working. When we've reduced or maybe even increased the items that come in the open from 74% 4 years ago to 83% in 2021. It supports that we are working in improving the amount of information that's available. Supporting the additional electronic means to get information, I think that's one of the opportunities for us to pursue, not through changing the meeting structure. I've also demonstrated that the old committee system that we used was very clunky, didn't provide a smooth flow of work for the community to follow. The old way of doing things is very complex, going from ordinary meeting back to one of 3 committees, trying to find the flow of information. Whereas the current system provides a great flow of information and is readily available for the people to view. I've also demonstrated that the current system that we're using now is enabling a lot more information to be brought forward, and we've increased the amount of reports that come through to our internal workshops by more than 50%. So I can't support any move that won't involve a review of what we're doing, that's proposing something that's a foregone conclusion to an outcome that's yet to be determined, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor. Speaker 4, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. I first got elected. When the committee system was there, I thought, is this a waste of time? It's repeating itself from 2 weeks ago or whenever it was. Yeah? And a lot of the time, yes, it is just ticking a box. But there have been a number of times, not hundreds of times, but there's been a number of times where we've been able to actually go back after committee before going to an ordinary meeting and say, I think we got this wrong a bit here. And depending on community, I know I don't use the word backlash, right, but community opinion comes to the fore, and there's some consequences there that we mightn't have realised were there, and it often does give you the opportunity to correct if you're not heading in the right direction, because if you've approved it once, it's very difficult to go back on the system we have. So I'm all for sort of having a very close look at what we do, in not only in planning, but I think by going to planning it's a good idea, but look at the other areas. Can we do it better than what we are? So I support the motion.
Speakers against? I will speak against the motion. I think what's been very evident since 2016, we've continued to increase transparency in this council, and it's disappointing to have someone inferring otherwise, and the move to the change to the 2 ordinary meetings a month process, absorbing all of the actions that were in the previous committee structure, have often been referred to as improving both the efficiency of council but also the transparency. And there are some speakers in the room today who have made that comment previously but aren't holding that view today. However, it's important to remember there's strategy versus operations is the role of us as councillors, and the challenge, I'm concerned that much of what's being proposed here is driven by a mindset from a prior era where a different role was maybe informing it, and our role is very clearly in the legislation to be strategic, but to ensure that proper operational control and expertise is brought to bear. That is the same, particularly so in the complexity of planning and development these days. Clearly, decisions are made as per the old planning committee process within the ordinary meeting today, and therefore the concern I have is that we may be limiting ourselves from looking at how we get the best improvements by the wording of this motion as it stands, that we are limiting ourselves to a very narrow representation that has already pre-concluded the best outcomes without opening up for review, which has not occurred in any formal structured way, which would be a normal practice and process. And I think it's an inadequate motion because of that it doesn't give us the chance for best outcome. It's someone's narrow view of predetermined good. I won't be supporting the motion. But, I think anyone else speaking to the motion? Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak in favour of this motion. It's something we take very important, is how we conduct our business in council. It's a councillor's role. I've been here for over 2 years now, and I think it's lacking in a few areas. So I support, the move to a different system. I have been talking a lot to other councillors who work under committee systems, and they wouldn't trade them in for the world. So I take their words on that quite seriously. For me, it's about making decisions in this council and doing the right thing for the public, and I'm hoping that we can move forward with our discussions and find the best path forward. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. You wish to close, Councillor?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
I won't add anything more to the debate.
Well, put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Division called. Divisions 1, 2, 5, 6, 4 against Mayor Division 3 and 4. Councillors, we move to item 10.2 of our agenda today. We have an officer to recover.
I did have an officer in here for some time there, but I sent him away. I have asked him to come back. I'll just do an introduction in the hope that he'll walk in stage right.
Page 9.
So thank you, Mayor and Councillors, and those listening online. 10.2 is the Regional Events Grant Program. It's an application submitted by the subcommittee of the Boona Show Society that organises the Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular, and it's for the 2022 Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular that is due to occur this weekend. I have with me Scott McDuff, the Principal Specialist of Regional Events. We're bringing forward this application to you, councillors. You will recall that under the Regional Events Grants Program, there is delegated authority for General Manager to sign off on applications up to the value of $5,000, and anything over that value that's requested through this program comes forward to councillors to the review. And in saying that, any applications that are approved under delegated authority are also brought forward to regular updates to council and presented to ordinary meetings. So I'll just hand over to Scott to just provide an overview of this application and why officers are recommending it be approved.
Thank you. I'll take it that the report's been read in brief. As the General Manager has stated, the application's been received from the Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular Subcommittee to Council's Regional Events Grants Program for support of $10,000 for the 2022 Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular being held this weekend. This boutique event has attracted competitors, participants and spectators from across the country and overseas, and the event has seen steady growth in attendance from its inception in 2013 until 2020, when the event was cancelled due to COVID. The 2021 event attracted a total of attendance of 7,324 people over 2 days. 90% of those were visitors to the Scenic Rim, and that resulted in 5,135 visitor nights in our region. The 2021 event was supported by the Regional Events Grants Program for $5,000, and after modelling, returned an estimated $1.83 million to the local economy. Now in its 10th year, attendee numbers 2022 are expected to exceed 10,000, thanks to some promotion of the event via our channels, as well as Kath Rose and Associates and Channel 7's Queensland Weekender program. If approved, funding from the 2021-2022 Regional Events Grant Program will be applied to the event management, delivery of the event, traffic management plan and implementation, and event and directional signage. Analysis of Tourism Research Australia data utilising the digital platform economy.id based on attendance figures in 2021 and estimated figures for 2022 will see $3.06 million derived from visitation to this year's event. An investment of $10,000 in this event is expected to provide an excellent return through visitation and subsequent visitor spend, and also, of course, enhance the visitor event experience.
Thank you, Principal Specialist. Any questions for the Principal Specialist? For clarity, councillors? Councillor McConnell?
It seems to be a bit late notice to be requesting a grant 4 days before before the event. Was there a reason it became so late?
Yes, there is. Thank you for
GM?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Council will recall that the team presented some months ago a request to divert some grant funds to assist the Clydesdale Spectacular Organising Committee to go through a process of community consultation to evolve the event and to put a business plan and marketing plan in place. And we're due to bring some of that back to you. But as a result of sort of holding back on that, it delayed their application. Officers were aware that an application was coming forward, but I guess it was just a case of landing that and doing the full assessment and understanding the value of how to grow this event exponentially this year and what was needed to input it. So it was then submitted. So I think that that's probably the main reason for the delay.
Thank you. And councillors, just to confirm that, if you go to the bottom of page 9, you'll see the reference there to the funding that the GM is referring to.
Sorry, Mayor, could I just also add one other point? In the previous resolutions, we talked to one other application where we've awarded $10,000. I realise the report admitted a second application that council approved not so very long ago for Rowing Queensland, I think to the value of $15,000 for one of their big regattas. So I apologise that that's not included in the report as well.
And that's as reference information.
Just as reference information, just to advise that it's not 100% correct there. We had one other application in recent times.
Thank you. Any further points of clarity, councillors? Any additional comments? Values that context?
Just to say, Mayor, that it's a great thing for Boonah and for the Scenic Rim. There's a lot of effort goes into it, and hopefully this weather hangs off for the weekend. The grounds were very wet the other day at the Boonah show, but it's there is a lot of time and effort goes into it, and it's a great thing for the region.
Thank you. Not further, we have a recommendation before us, councillors. Ask to be introduced, GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you, the recommendation is that Council approve the application from Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular Subcommittee of the Boonah Show Society, Inc. to 2021-2022 Regional Events Grants Program for a grant of $10,000 plus GST for the event management and delivery of the 2022 Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular being held in Boonah on 11 to 12 June 2022.
Seeker mover, Councillor Chalk, thank you. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Councillors? Not. Seeker seconder. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Wish to speak, Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a fantastic event. It's grown exponentially over the last few years. It really sort of demonstrates, the core culture of our community, agricultural community. It sort of can touch a lot of the families out there that founded this area. So, I really do support them in their endeavours, and this is a small contribution to them to go to our bigger contribution to our whole region, which it brings in visitors and overnight stays and to all the businesses around. So, I'll definitely support this motion. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 10.3, GM, I believe you have an update on this item.
Yes, Mayor and councillors, the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity has advised me that this matter, 10.3, we wish to withdraw, as there's some other matters that have come to light since we added it to the agenda that need to be dealt with, and the Manager has joined me in the room, so I don't know if there's any other comments he wishes to make.
I think that's sufficient on the item. If he's withdrawing it, it's probably best not to entertain further conversation. Noted. 10.4, GM again to you. Councillors on page 35 of your agendas.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.4 is infrastructure charges, part waiver of charges for charitable organisation, the Wesley Mission of Queensland and the Uniting Church in Australia Property Trust. And I would ask that the Manager introduce this item, and I believe needs to provide an update to council.
Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Council is in a receipt of a request to waive part of the infrastructure charges issued to the Wesley Mission Queensland as part of the development approval for a retirement or residential care facility at 60 North Street, Harrisville. Just before going on, I'd just like to make some corrections to the report at the bottom of page 39 in the budget financial implications section. In the first dot point there, the figure should be a total of $50,000. And then on the last sentence of that section, the figure should be $465,636.65. So those figures reflect the report, which indicates a 25% waiver to a maximum of $50,000. So apologies for that. That just tidies up that report. So the application is in two parts. One is to seek some credit for the footpath, which was a condition of approval, and the second part is for a general waiver of all or part of the infrastructure charges. So dealing with the footpath first, Wesley Mission Queensland have applied to Council for conversion of trunk infrastructure for the construction of the non-trunk footpath, which was conditioned as a part of their original development approval, condition number 21. This means they seek to enter into an infrastructure agreement with Council to offset the construction costs of a 530 metre long footpath along the eastern side of North Street to Queen Street, Harrisville. The applicant has supplied an indicative cost breakdown of approximately $63,600. The adopted infrastructure charges resolution provides for either an offset or refund for trunk infrastructure. In this instance, the construction of the concrete footpath will be deemed different trunk infrastructure, as the proposed works fall outside of the local government infrastructure plan area, the LGIP area, for Harrisville. So in effect, the footpath does provide a trunk function, and so therefore they are entitled to some rebate on that. In relation to the general discount, under the adopted infrastructure charges resolution again, infrastructure charges can be considered for a discount, particularly for community organisations, not-for-profit organisations. In the case where they're not on council land, this is purely done on a case-by-case basis and purely at the discretion of council. In reviewing the general discount, we've looked at two factors there. One is the community benefit. This facility, as part of their application, indicated that the services would primarily be taken up by local residents who primarily look to age in place, so they don't want to leave the community, and so this facility would provide a local care facility. The other part we looked at is the job creation under Council's investment attraction incentives program. We seek to support new investment in the Scenic Rim that leads to a quantifiable job creation. In this case, the application, as part of their submission, indicated that the possible employment benefits for this project could be up to 27 jobs. So on that basis, the recommendation from officers is that we agree to the footpath conversion and that provide a waiver of the general fee of about $50,000 to the maximum. But as I say, this is totally at the discretion of council. There is no policy which actually guides this percentage. It's purely on a case-by-case basis, and as I say, at the discretion of council.
Thank you to the manager. Councillors, questions to clarify to this report? Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. A question to the manager, if I may, thanks. In regarding the footpath, given the, I guess, the unknown complexity of footpaths around the region, to determine the cost of that, be it as a credit or an offset or a cost to do, on what figures or on what calculation are these figures given, or on whose calculation are these figures given, and have we substantiated what the potential costs are for this footpath?
Thank you, Councillor. In relation to the indicative cost provided by the applicant of the $63,000, that is purely a preliminary estimate. So, as part of the Adopted Infrastructure Charges resolution, there is a procedure set out there on the how the costing is to be done, and there's also a double check there to make sure that there's that those figures are correct. So at this stage, the amounts that have been provided are purely indicative. So the applicant is aware of what work needs to be done and they're aware of the site. So we would take that as a good estimate, but the final figures will be done as per the Adopted Infrastructure Charges resolution, and the procedure set out there to clearly identify and ensure that the costs are realistic.
So just further to that, is it intended that council would construct it, or the developer would construct it? Are we at this point of deciding how that proceeds?
So the condition requires the developer to construct the footpath. So it's really about a matter of deciding how much we would pay towards that. So definitely the developer will construct. And I'll just note that that's done through an operational works approval and to council standard.
So the full extent of the trunk infrastructure credit won't be known until at that stage, until the opworks stage is progressed. Is that correct?
No, that'll be done prior to that. There'll be a bill of quantities sorted out as part of that process, and it'll be obviously the applicant wants to ensure they've bedded that down before they start the work.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Matt. To the manager, bottom of page 36, and to do with the footpath again, should that be the northern end of North Street to be commensurate with the existing pathway along the northern end?
That's correct. The condition is to ensure that the footpath is consistent with the existing footpaths in the northern area and I think around in Miles Court as well.
It should be northern rather than southern. words on last sentence on page 30.
So I'm looking in the resolution itself. I'm looking in the resolution, in part 3 of the resolution, not down the page, which refers to the eastern side of North Street.
Well, it does, but it's, it's being specific on where you, what
Yeah.
width the footpath is. Southern end of North Street is being built, not the northern end.
Yeah, I just need to double check that, but in any case, it relates back to the original condition.
Would it be possible to bring a map up to show where it is that we're talking about? Well, I think I know, but I'm not sure.
If I can just point out that the actual design of the requirement for the footpath has already been decided by council. That was decided as conditions of approval. Really, talking here about whether we're going to convert that to trunk infrastructure.
Fair point.
Given the location, it's logical that will be the northern end that's being connected to the southern end. So on the southern end.
I think what it's talking about is the footpaths must be construed the same as what's already down there. It's not saying go down the southern end, it's just saying it has to be the same width and everything as what's on the southern end.
It's got to match to the southern end, that's what that's saying.
Yep. A fair point. We've already decided.
Where they're going to do it. Further points of clarification? I guess thank you to the manager. We will introduce the recommendation. Councillors, in 3 parts, please, dear.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you today, the recommendations are 1, approve to reduce by way of donation the infrastructure charges associated with MCU 20/124 as issued in the infrastructure charge notice to Wesley Mission Queensland dated 29 November 2021. A maximum waiver of 20% of the infrastructure charges capped to $50,000, bringing the total new infrastructure charge notice balance to $528,636.65. 2, the reduced infrastructure charge shall be formalised via an infrastructure agreement and will remain valid providing the commencement of use occurs within 3 years of the development application being approved by Council, being 23 November 2021. And 3, approve the request from Wesley Mission Queensland for conversion of trunk infrastructure footpath and enter into an infrastructure agreement for the construction of the different trunk infrastructure consisting approximately of 530 metres of concrete footpath along the eastern side of North Street to Queen Street, Harrisville.
Thank you. Did you just confirm, please, GM, that you read out the maximum waiver of 25% rather than 20%?
Maximum waiver of 25% of
Thank
the
you.
infrastructure charge capped
Just-
at 50,000.
Thank you. Just to clarify that. So, seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? I think just a point of discussion is the structure of the proposed waiver and the quantum of the proposed waiver. Certainly, on behalf of the community, the consideration has to be about the merits and value of that. Certainly, in terms of the community in that part of the region, this is a significant new opportunity development that brings the opportunity to stay in community far longer. But it also offers the special disability accommodation offering, which is also quite unique for a group who often miss out in regional communities and struggle for a good space to be and be able to remain in community under those circumstances. So I think it's worth recognising those aspects in the discussion and consideration of that quantum of contribution and impact. And certainly it goes to also the correct sizing of a footpath to allow for potentially for wheelchair access and so forth to mobility devices to be able to connect further into town going forward. Any other discussion, councillors? Not Councillor McCollum? No? Seek a seconder? Councillor Chalk? Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I think you've summed it up fairly well there, Mayor. It's not only aged care, but it is for disability access, and it's a great thing, and I think we should help organisations like this establish in our area from employment to accommodation side of things. So let's hope onwards and upwards, and let's hope they get it moving as soon as possible.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, and we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.5.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.5 is a minor amendment to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 to update the flood hazard.
GM, just for those following along, this is page 51 in our agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Minor amendment to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 to update the flood hazard overlay mapping for Versdale and Canungra. And again, I will hand to the manager to take us through this item.
Thank you, Deborah. In keeping with Council's commitment to provide accurate and fit-for-purpose information about flood hazard in our region, a minor amendment to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme is proposed that reflects the outcomes of recently adopted Versdale Flood Study and the updated Canungra Township Detailed Flood Study. The Versdale Flood Study provides a more accurate information about the flood risk on the land and replaces the earlier Queensland Reconstruction Authority mapping. It also incorporates a climate change consideration as required under the State Planning Policy 2017. The updated Canungra Township Detail Study revises the roughness level applied to the existing model to ensure it is better aligned with the nature of the built form and vegetation in the Canungra Township area. Overall, the revision of the Canungra study has had minimal impact on the current flood overlay mapping in the planning scheme and provides more accurate information about the flood risk on land than the earlier study adopted in February 2021. Both studies provide information about the flood risk based on the 1% annual exceedance probability event with climate change. The climate change assumption is based on the evidence that rainfall intensity will increase over time and result in more significant flooding. The new information will provide the defined flood event, which will be incorporated into the Planning Scheme 2020. New development and building work is required to address the flood hazard overlay if proposed within the flood hazard area. The planning scheme requires a freeboard of 500 millimetres for habitable rooms above the defined flood event. Making a minor amendment to the planning scheme is the most efficient way to giving effect to the new flooding information so that it applies to new development as quickly as possible without a state interest review. The flood overlay maps in the planning scheme will be updated, and there are also some minor changes in the definitions in the planning scheme to improve consistency. The minor amendment will be given the title Amendment 4 and will replace the previously amended planning scheme version. A public notice will be published in the local papers and Queensland Government Gazette to inform the community of the change. Landowners that are affected by the change to the flood mapping will be sent a letter providing information about the effect of the change, and in some cases the flood risk will be reduced and in others there will be an increase. So to give some idea of the quantum of properties affected, we're looking at probably 250 properties in the Versdale area and about 50 in Canungra.
Thank you. Questions to the report, councillors? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to the manager, I just wanted, Council recently did a flood study for Canungra Rise, just for mainly that. Is that incorporated in this, or this is on top of that?
This is in addition to that report. On reflection, there were some, I suppose, concerns with the roughness level in that report, and that was redone. it probably reflects that the people doing the modelling are very pedantic, and they felt that the model could be better utilised if this roughness level was adjusted. When they did that, it did make some minor changes, but that better reflects what they believe will be the outcome of flooding in that area.
Thank you.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just to clarify what the manager just said, the 200 houses at 250 houses at Ferrisdale, they're not now in flood areas, they've just either come out of a flood area.
It varies from property to property. For the most part, properties will be better identified where the flooding is. The QRA mapping is very broad brush, very conservative, and where we had properties that were completely mapped, many of those will now be only mapped, portion of the property and the creeks or the gullies or whatever. So for a lot of people, it'll actually be a reduction in the flood mapping on their individual properties. In some cases, yes, some will be included that were not before. But at the end of the day, the mapping is the most accurate that we've got now for that area.
Thank you.
Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The recommendation before you is that Council adopt a proposed minor amendment to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020, in brackets described as Amendment Number 4, in the bracket, in accordance with Section 18 of the Planning Act 2016 and Chapter 2, Part 2 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules for commencement on 17 June 2022.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions? Any further discussion?
Just if I could, again to the manager, what's the best way for someone to search this information prior to purchasing a property?
Thank you. On the Council's website, we have our planning mapping database. So it identifies the flood hazard overlay that we have here, and that's in the report. It is in there in digital form, so they can go to their property or any property that they're looking at and see where the flood line is. So that provides a graphic of that information. There is also an opportunity that during the process of buying a property, a flood search can be asked for, and that in that process we give them the detail of the flood mapping in flood heights and levels and the more detailed technical information. But as a first point of call, I'd refer people to our mapping on our planning website.
Thank you.
If someone uses the basic search within council, will that provide a full mapping of floods or flood mapping of their property?
The flooding certificate we issue gives the heights for the surveyors, and they can check for the building, make sure the building's above the right heights and the like. And then we also do provide a graphic of the individual property which indicates the flood area on the property.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, councillors? Not seek a seconder. Councillor West, wish to speak? Councillor McConnell?
I think this is another fantastic update by our planning team and council as a whole to ensure that the proper flood mapping is available for those areas that are flooded, and I think the Ferrisdale and Canungra areas will greatly appreciate this this amendment.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Matt. Really just to echo Councillor McConnell's words, thank you to the planning staff for their efforts here, and it is really very important, especially in the climatic times that we are living in at the moment, that we're able to offer our landowners the most up-to-date information that we possibly can. And thank you also that they will get a letter too. It will be comforting, I guess, to know the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, by that, it was seconded by Councillor West. Sorry. So we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are going to take a pause there at 12:45, and we will return at 1:10 to continue the meeting. We're adjourned. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, councillors and members of the executive. We now press on with item 10.6, page 70 of our agenda. Welcome back, gallery. If you're joining us, following along on the online materials. And GM, we turn to you for an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive, officers and those listening in online. Item 10.6 is regarding Long Road Sports Complex Updated Master Plan. The report before you basically outlines that the Tamborine Mountain Sporting Association have a current 2017 approved master plan. Over a period of time they've worked to update this master plan, and what you see before you as an attachment is that updated version of this master plan. I actually have Scott Osman, manager of operations and maintenance within council, and I'll hand over to him to actually provide further information with regard to this report and to answer any detailed questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, executive and the online gallery. So Chris has summarised this report pretty well there. So, 2017 Tamborine Mountain Sports Association had their initial master plan adopted by council. In the recent time since then, they've undergone a review of that master plan, and they've presented to council now the updated master plan in consideration of some updated findings that they've had and consideration for future use of that site. In the master plan, in the report, I've included some key dot points there of the significant changes that are associated between the 2017 master plan and the new updated master plans. So, the key ones I identified: the relocation of the youth activities precinct, basically from the northwestern corner in beside the proposed indoor sports centre. The inclusion of a new third full-size soccer/rugby field at the location of the previously identified hang gliding landing area. Improved and increased car parking capacity. The addition of dormitory-style accommodation for users of the facility. And the addition of a future aquatic centre to be located in the southwestern corner, which was previously identified as a site that could be used for additional junior sports fields in the previous one. Happy to take any questions regarding the update and the master plan.
Councillors? Councillor McConnell?
Just a quick one on page 77 of our agenda. I don't know if you've got the agenda there.
Yes.
I do, thank you.
You can see there's a red dotted line that cuts across from the edge of the fields.
Yes. Yep.
Can you explain what is that? Was that the initial leased area?
Yes. So that's the initial leased area. Since then, there has been an additional leased area boundary included for the northeastern corner, which now locates the Scouts. Okay, and also in that red area, the smaller red area, which is the north of the site, it also includes the land care area as well.
All right.
Further questions to the report, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. A question to the manager. In endorsing the master plan, what does that provide to both the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association And probably most importantly, for council, what does that commit us to?
Thank you, Councillor Enright. In regards, I'll answer that in two stages. So, in regards to the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association, it provides them surety that council is in agreement with what their proposed future uses are for the site. Okay, it allows them to then use that surety to progress any grant funding opportunities that may become available. Okay, and then once they've this development is proposed in a staged process, so it gives them that surety that then they can progress through stage one, and ensuring that council's in agreement with that. Bring forward any other notifications that we will then require as part of this recommendation for approvals, but it allows them basically to progress their planning more detailed and allows them to start scoping what would be suitable for grant funding. It allows them to progress that matter a bit further. For council, it's no commitment of council at all. Okay, so it's basically we're endorsing the master plan as a concept. Okay, we're not committing to any financial commitment to support that at present. We're not committing that it is actually even the final detailed design of the site. Okay, so as they progress through the stages, we're recommending that they bring back detailed design of each stage for council endorsement and approval as council being the landowner.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor? No, Councillor West, you got a question or you just got your microphone on? Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just in regards to the staging, we know that sometimes grant funding can be very fickle and very definite. So there's no locked in that they have to do the stages in sequence. It could end up that, next week the federal government decide that swimming facilities are the key object, and they'll throw money at that. So it's not stage 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. It's as that grant funding becomes available for that stage.
So yes, they term it as stages in the master plan, but in general you could call it a package of works. Yeah. So seven different packages. As that grant funding becomes available, they will apply for that, and they would bring that package of work forward. So. They do call them stages, but you are correct there, Councillor McConnell. It would be as funding become available to deliver a package, and that package might include X, Y, or Z.
Thank you.
Further questions, councillors? I just have a question to the manager on page 86. As this goes out publicly, there are some pieces that sit in this package that contain images that aren't part of what's in the scope of approval. Would the manager have any comment, for instance, about viewing platforms in particular and these skywalk type concepts?
I do apologise for that at present. Sorry, Mayor and councillors. That was to be removed from the presentation. I thought that had been removed. I'm very sorry. So that was some concepts that were initially being flagged, but they have been removed from the master plan. I will get that presentation updated and forwarded back out to you to finalise in the minutes, but they do not include those in the proposed master plan.
Thank you for that clarification. It's just important that there's clear scope, as you've indicated, clear scope to what we can see as rational and supporting and proposing as an endorsement versus some of the other ideas that were noted. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Henry?
Mayor, could I just clarify that? My understanding was those were in the old 2017.
Sorry, yes, that might be right.
Sorry.
I might have just clicked the wrong button through.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Yeah. Sorry, councillors, you are correct. I was just scrolling through there. Yes, initial images from the 2017 master plan.
Exactly,
Sorry.
yes.
But to the point, they weren't supported in 2017.
But yeah,
Just for that clarity, Councillor, that's my concern, is that they've continued to live on unsupported.
But they're not in the master plan. The master
Not
plan
in the
starts-
version
they're not in the updated.
Yes,
the
not
updated
in the new
page
one.
92.
No,
Yes.
but
So the
but
two-
even in 17 it wasn't supported.
Yeah, so we haven't got, in this report, therefore, we haven't got the approved master plan in the report. Is that
Yes,
what
it
we're
is.
saying?
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
first
we
one.
have the next one, but we've had two versions. So we had the 17, this is the update on the 17, but that wasn't approved in the 17 either.
No, but that so from my understanding is we provided feedback that we wouldn't support those items in 2017. I wasn't obviously around in those days. I have dragged that master plan from the past into this report, but the updated master plan for 2022 is in our agenda, page 92 to page 107.
Thank you.
Yep.
The new master plan. The new master plan in recommendation 3 does replace or supersedes the previous one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's superseded in the recommendation. That's the important part.
yes. And that's been part of the bone of contention in some of the conversations over time. Further clarity, councillors? Note this isn't a time-bound scope. They're not introduction. Sorry,
Just one
Councillor
more
Con-
to the manager, if I could. Do you believe that this will sustain the sports clubs that are currently on the mountain, or will there need to be additional facilities provided as an overflow?
For the existing users of the site, okay, it will support. So obviously the additional playing field will assist in the shortfall that currently is through soccer and rugby. But for all sport users on the mountain, including the bush rats and associated, it's not enough playing fields to incorporate them into TMSA as well. That, from my personal perspective.
Thank you.
Probably the question to follow from that, given this is a limited growth community with very minimal capacity to expand population, and you know, the example is that the high school imports a lot of students to its population each day from surrounding areas. In terms of Councillor McConnell's question, the concern is not necessarily today. The concern is there's no new land being created, and in 10 years' time, given the projections around limited growth, whatever might be the sports of the day, is this a facility that have the flexibility for the range of likely activities based on what are known possibilities?
Early indications, Mayor, we haven't done a detailed review of that, but the site and the proposed infrastructure associated with that site is generally in alignment with what is being proposed as future sporting activities in the general demographic, basically. So we've got our core main sports, but we are having a tendency to. There is a developing indoor sport activity which is catered for, but there's also that growth in recreational sport activities, which for kids, bike riding, skateboarding, nature-based activities, which this site does also cater for as well. So it does cater for both the organised community sport and also the recreational community sport as well. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? GM, you kindly introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council endorse the updated master plan as attached to this report as attachment 3 for the Long Road Sports Complex 2022 as a concept design only, subject to appropriate consultation being undertaken prior to the commencement of each stage, council approval being obtained as owners of the land. Detailed designs for each stage are presented to council prior to commencement, and all construction is to be undertaken in accordance with council policy community project works on council land. And 2, council acknowledge that the delivery of the updated Long Road Sports Complex Master Plan 2022 will be over multiple stages as council funding, grant funding or other funding is available. And 3, the updated Long Road Sports Complex Master Plan 2022 as attached to this report as attachment 3 supersedes the previous endorsed Tambourine Mountain Sports Association Master Plan 2017.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor Swanborough. Any further questions?
Mayor, could I just ask in relation to point 1A, the term appropriate consultation and whether that captures, or what does that capture, I suppose? That would be my question.
GM or your manager?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Enright. Yes, so the term appropriate consultation would be reflective on the scale of the activity that they're going to undertake. Okay, so if they're doing a minor stage that would have a minimal impact, the level of the consultation would be commensurate to that. Whereas if they're looking to build the indoor sports centre, which would be a pretty significant piece of infrastructure, that we would expect the consultation to align with the size and the scale of the stages being undertaken.
And further to that, and thank you for that explanation, that makes sense. Who determines the appropriateness and whose responsibility is it to undertake the consultation?
So when approval comes through council to progress the stage as so forth, we would generally try to set what that community consultation expectation would be. Okay, but the responsibility of undertaking the consultation would be the community group undertaking the activity, not council.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Further questions?
Just on that point, if and when it comes to that, I mean, the council could still, have a viewpoint about how the consultation is taking place, and we could, there are a lot of options now available to us, but we would have to assess the most cost-effective and reasonable option at the time, rather than saying that we're never going to be involved in it, I would say.
Definitely an option, Councillor Swanborough. That's correct. And the decision of council is that we support them in a way that we deliver a certain aspect of it. Then, as officers, we would support that.
Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Probably clear point of discussion is the observation that was made is that the concern is this isn't a precinct that can accommodate everything, and the part of the challenge in this area is to have the right dispersal of activations, but it would be fair to say, councillors, that in supporting this, we're really sending the message that this should be the primary place for activations, so that because to gain effective utilisation of assets, this is a significant footprint and a significant investment in a constrained community that the rest of the region has a long way to go to have the same level of service and accessibility. other discussion? Will not seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Swanbury, you wish to speak?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I want to congratulate the TMSA for the process in getting to where we are at the day. This is a very professional master plan. I think for the community it does tick all the boxes, and it tries to cater, for all the feedback that they've received. It caters for the future, for sport and rec on the mountain. It's good to see, the indoor sports centres, which would cater for a lot of the indoor sports, which we are struggling to find facilities for at the moment. Little things like horse trails, the aquatic centre was something that didn't appear in the 2017 master plan, and I think the community, had an expectation that this would be the place for such a future facility. The extra oval is long overdue for the number of competing sports on the mountain, and the BMX track and a few of those other recreational facilities for youth is well overdue for the 8,300 people that are residents of Tambury Mountain. So I think I'm very happy with this master plan. I've had a buy-in to this whole project for the last 30 years almost, certainly 10 years before we even purchased the land for this project. And I've seen it progress from stage to stage, and to get to this point where we are at the moment, I think the mountain can be very proud of the efforts that finally have gone into this master plan from the TMSA. So I support the motion overwhelmingly.
Wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I will echo Councillor Swanborough's comments there. I think it shows a good level of maturity of the TMSA board to identify some changes from the original concept that I don't think were achievable, and to come up with this new plan with the additional parking and the layout, I think is a lot more workable and achievable. And I congratulate them for the changes they've made and the consultation and taking on board the feedback from council officers and councillors, as well as the community. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, look, I'll echo the same sentiment as Councillor Swanborough and McConnell. I've found sport very important part of life in my life, and to see this type of plan go into it and all the work involved for the residents of the mountain is really great. And I really hope that they move forward and can achieve this and provide this level of facility for the mountain if that's what they are desiring. It'll be a great thing for the residents up there. So,
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Not, I will just speak. And yes, it's great having gone through the agony of the 2017 version and from there getting to today. I really would commend the officers who've worked sensitively with the TMSA to temper their balance on the site back to the focus that is aligned to what the original precinct was developed for. Thank you for your respectful engagement and playing an active part in ensuring that what's there actually, or what's proposed there actually has alignment to some data-driven clarity and aspirations for the needs of community, which could have easily gone awry. And certainly thanks to a group of volunteers who continue to play a part, like many groups across our communities. And we know that there are many other parts of our region who will be seeing much larger growth challenges in coming years, and will be looking for the same a level of underlying commitment from council about land access, but also then the support for their master planning processes as well. But certainly supportive of this time. Any other seeking leave? If not, Councillor McConnell, any you wish to close? Councillor Swanborough, sorry, I looked at Councillor Swanborough.
No, I think everything's been said. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Apologies for that misidentification, Councillor Swanborough. I was looking at you. That in mind, then thank you to the manager. And we turn to item 10.7, page 108. And we turn to the GM Council Sustainability to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and general public listening in the gallery format. 10.7, it's a straightforward consideration being required by council, Mr. Mayor, in order to facilitate some procurement purposes. This matter has been brought to council seeking a procurement exception be applied to the following supplier, and a rationale being of the specialised service they provide. I am working in tandem with fellow General Manager Asset and Environmental Sustainability should there be any technical questions relating to the service they provide. But in order for council to fulfil some of its obligations when it comes to traffic management, this supplier is a known, it seems to be the only provider out there, and obviously this report fulfills our obligations in maintaining adherence to the procurement policy.
Thank you for that introduction. Questions, councillors? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you for the report, GM. Obviously, the first question I'm going to get asked by some people out there that it's 3 weeks. So have we already started work with this supplier, or is this something that he would now do in a week's time?
I'll refer to the other GM to answer that specifically, but I guess in order to even being able to entertain talking to them, because whilst this is through until 30th of June, it's anticipated that this provider will still be required in the new year, and as such, when we do that annual report, they'll be included in that as well. So, in terms of whether the work, I'll have to refer that to Chris.
It's actually planned that the work will be in a staged process. Our initial engagement will be to actually look at some of our higher expenditure areas within traffic management to ensure that we're meeting our obligations and not potentially exceeding our obligations with regard to the level of resources required. We're certainly in a position where we'd be wanting to engage them within a short period of time, but that engagement will certainly extend into next year. I would have to refer back to my other general manager to understand that in the engagement process, we're engaging under this resolution of council, that then would not stop us from continue to use them under that initial engagement. But if we were to engage them further, I think that the further requirement by resolution would be there.
And that's correct. By the term engagement, if Chris was to engage the supplier next week for an order for a volume of work that was then required doing in July into the next financial year, then that would be in effect. That's that engagement, initial engagement, which was prior to 30th of June. But obviously, as the year progresses and there's other aspects of advice or expertise that the supplier is going to provide, then that would be a separate engagement to that initial one.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Councillor West?
Thank you. To the manager, the GM, I just wonder, would it be unusual that they're not part of local buy, or is this fairly common that some of these companies are not?
Interesting question, and I will certainly look to my other GM to provide advice. It's not uncommon for some providers, especially in specialist circumstances where they may not be available to us on local buy or through other mechanisms of supply. And look, I guess that's the bulk of the way I can answer. I'm not sure whether Oliver would like to add anything extra to my comments?
Without talking to the supplier, I mean, obviously it's up to the individual business whether they agree to the terms and conditions of local buy. I mean, the sweetener there is that effectively it does streamline the procurement process with the 77 other councils in Queensland. However, it's up to each individual business to consider that based on the merits, terms and conditions, and what the offerings are from local buy. Notwithstanding, there's provisions in obviously the legislation as well that had this supplier being on the state government contract, we can actually avail of the state government contract as well, but they're not on that as well, and without understanding their rationale, that's just sort of some hypotheticals around those points.
Thank you. Further questions? Not. We'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation given is a table format. I will read the title as well as the supplier. So the recommendation for item 10.7 is that Council resolve to engage the following supplier under section 235 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the supplier being Solutions in Transport, the services being Traffic Management Services, the exception being 235B, and expiry being 30th of June 2022.
Seek mover, Councillor McGuinness. Further questions? Any further discussion?
I will just ask one question, just to clarify in my mind. So the 30 June 2022, so if we engage him for advice on Mary Street, but then future engagements are for Brisbane Street, Reynolds Street or whatever, are they different engagements and can still be used, or we've got to come back?
I understand the question. I might just rephrase the question. What we expect to bring him in, bring this specialist services in for, is relating to particular activities. One that springs to mind is the use of additional mobile vehicles with slashes. So it's not specific project based at this time. It's specifically around advice on how we're managing our risk to the travelling public on our traffic management solutions or operations. So we have a list of standard operations that we actually have in place for different activities. This is around understanding what our level or our risk profile in the delivery of that, to understand whether we're meeting the right appropriate risk profile as opposed to the cost involved in actually meeting that profile. So rephrasing the question, I then will, I guess, hand to Oliver to answer the second part.
I think generally means engage. So if you enter in the contract prior to the 30th of June, it could be, what it allows is if it's an ongoing work for the next 6 months. Now, if you entered into that arrangement prior to 30th of June, under this arrangement, you can issue an order to avail of that. But as Chris indicated, it's generally consultancy or that expert advice, so it's not pinned to any particular project.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McInnes, wish to speak?
No, it's right, Mayor. I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.8, page 112 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.8 relates to the recent activity undertaken in undertaking the 2021-2022 March budget review. Ordinarily, I'd jump into the financial speak and get to the statutory financial aspects, but I guess I'll pay homage to the attachment in the report, which is quite detailed and provides all the necessary aspects around what has what this March budget review consists of, and generally what the bottom line aspects are. So in saying that, I will apply some non-accounting talk to this and refer to page 127 of the agenda for those following, so that
For those listening, this is an exciting experiment, so well done.
Thank you. Yeah. So effectively, page 127 of the agenda report, it really gives a budget, a single-page overview of what the budget looks like from the revenue side to the expenditure side, and it takes into account the operational side and the capital side. And without getting bogged into the statutory financial reporting, I might make commentary around how the impact of this March budget review has been on the left-hand side, which is particularly attaining to the revenue side. So the first aspect there is you see that there's no change in the rates and utilities revenue. That's consistent. The report indicates that with some increased activities in the fees and charges, especially around refuse tipping, plumbing certification, development, etc., you can see some minor variances in that to the extent of additional $260,000 that we've included in the budget for the year. There's been no further adjustments to interest on investments or interest on overdue rates. And one of the key aspects of the change when it comes to the operational revenue has been an influx of around $2.011 million in operating grants. Now, these grants consist of the recent flood events, emergency works associated with that to reinstate the emergency aspects associated with those floods. And then final, to the last two aspects there are other revenues, $109,000. There's and that's really to do with some an activation of a clearing and reclaiming some. I think it's under the local laws revenue side of things, and also capital revenue of additional $412,000. So what you can see there from a total operating revenue is we've increased our operating revenue by about $2.545 million, and additional $412,000 in capital revenue. When we go over to the expenditure side on the right-hand side, upon officers reviewing the various aspects of council business, I will go down into the line that says total operational expenditure, which means that there's been an increase in operating expenditure of $732,000. Now offset that with, and that's a net result. Obviously, there's been some move, as the report indicates, there's some accounting transactions which move operational matters to capital and whatnot. But the net impact on operating results is an additional $732,000 in operating costs. The impact of that, offset by the additional $2.5 million in operating revenue, improves the operating deficit, which was at the last revised budget, we were anticipating an operating deficit of $4.258 million in deficit. But you can see with this March budget review that improvement in the operating revenue and slight increase in the operating expenditure, we've improved the operating bottom line by about $1.8 million. So the forecasted operating deficit now is $2.455 million. How that parlays into the capital funding side of things, you can see that operating deficit impacts the way capital is funded to the extent that there is as part of the March budget review, there's been an increase in about $1.4 million of capital expenditure. However, with the improved operating bottom line, the net result on that then shows that the closing balance has actually improved. So we've actually spent additional $1.4 million in operating expenditure, in capital expenditure, increased our operating expenditure by $732,000, increased our operating revenue by 2.5, and increased our capital revenue by 2.5 to give us a net result when it comes to cash at bank increase of $752,000. So the key aspects there, Mr. Dean, in non-accounting talk, is that the March budget review takes into account all those fluctuations that have occurred during the March period, following on from the December budget review, but also taking into account the inclusions of any additional grant-funded activities as well to be incorporated in the system. But overall, it's a positive impact on council's budget.
Thank you.
Hopefully, that was.
It's a step forward in the lay translation. Well done. Questions for the GM? I would have an opening question. GM, early on you talked about the operational grants and you referred to grants relating to flood events. I just seek perhaps guidance from one of the other GMs. Those grants are fundamentally the form of a reimbursement of emergency expenditure rather than discretionary grants.
Excuse me. Yes, Mayor, that you are correct. So the bulk of that is actually basically funding work that we've actually undertaken to restore assets to a trafficable state, or mainly our transport assets, otherwise known as emergency works under the DRFA or the disaster recovery funding arrangements.
And the further clarity on that is the definition that identifies the suitability of that access is around essential public assets. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Just in case anyone thought there was a pool of funds there waiting for people to come in with applications for. That's all. Any other questions for the GM? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. My question refers on page 122 in reference to note number 7 and under other amendments. The governance and corporate assurance outlines an increase of $80,000 to legal expenses to accommodate insurance deductible and increased legal investigation costs. Can you advise what this refers to on this item?
I can. I've also got the Principal Specialist Governance and Assurance if I'm not answering it properly. But obviously, as part of the original budget that was provided for in the governance area, the subsequent additional activities required to be funded as a consequence of certain matters, including undertaking investigations, seeking further legal advice as such, has necessitated topping up of that original budget amount to reflect those additional activities. Now we did indicate I did provide at a different sort of session that generally the existing legal budget in governance is really maintained for business as usual aspects in terms of general legal advice associated with delegations, legal advice associated with local laws and things like that. It's hard for us to forecast any unless John's got a really good crystal ball of any matters that may arise during a year that do require that additional injection in the legal budget funding. However, this is an opportunity, certainly from a zero-based budgeting perspective, to align that the original budgeted amount of $100,000 has well and truly been surpassed and requiring that consideration.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor
Thank you. So there's been an additional $80,000 spent on legal expenses for investigation relevance to governance and corporate assurance. Can you tell me how much we've spent so far this year on legal and investigation expenses?
I guess what the additional amount will seek is to provide the actuals and forecasted activities that we know of that haven't necessarily been billed yet. So that revised budget amount at that point in time was the right number to accommodate the actuals as well as any activities that are being undertaken, and the suppliers haven't submitted their invoices yet. The disclaimer is at that point in time, so that was probably 3-4 weeks ago. So any activities since then may require, but that will be reflected in the results. When we do the 30th of June accounts.
So we may not have an absolute figure that we've spent year to date. So what was the original allowance, and then we can increase it by 80,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. The original amount was 100,000, and seeking that additional 80,000 to take into account those additional activities and a number of investigations, I believe, that are on hand, including ones that have been fully actioned and still undergoing. I think amounts to about 15 or 16 in varying nature.
So at this stage, we anticipate 180,000 being spent on legal investigation charges. How does that compare to...
So just clarify, not necessarily legal investigations. So 180,000 encompasses general legal advice as well. So that 180,000 includes investigations, but not only investigations.
Thank you for that clarification. And how does this compare to previous years? Do you have a figure on that?
It's really hard. I guess last year was probably around the same amount offhand. I don't have those figures on me, but it obviously depends on the particular activities that arise or are activated during any particular year. It's certainly hard to anticipate or apply the straight zero-based budgeting, because if there was 10 investigations this year, you don't...
So we just wait for councillors...
You don't necessarily want to say, well, we're going to have 10 investigations next year in the budget. If you know what I mean, like obviously those things you don't take into account that they're going to be an automatic inclusion.
Thank you.
Further questions, councillors? Councillor McCollum? No.
Yeah, I just have a couple on page 130 in relation to the detailed capital budget review. We can see in the movement column a fair few underspends by a significant margin. If you have a look at the Carrabin Community Centre upgrade stage, original budget was for 20,000. The reviews come in at 4,600 with 15,000, which is a huge underspend for a project. I could understand 20%, but that's huge. And then further down, what's that one? The Vonda Youngman set of new stairs, 16,000 original budget, underspend of 11,000. And then the Boona Sports Complex, original budget 15,000, underspend 5,000. And then just over the page, the Boona Cultural Centre, 11,000, underspend 7,000. Just wondering if we could get a bit of a explanation, if I could, please.
My high-level explanation, without going into the details of researching each one of those particular cases, is that what we normally put together as an original budget is to cover a particular scope of works. It may be that when you actually get to site, that rather than a full replacement of a certain element, a reconditioning of an element is satisfactory, so to achieve the same outcome. So I must suggest that, and also understanding these projects when they were put together, some of them were actually put together under other funding sources, and at the time we had to do some fairly quick high-level scope assumptions, and rather than leave council short with regard to actually the commitment to being able to fix something, rather than put a $5,000 figure there, where $20,000 may have been the resultant. So what you see is what it's actually cost to fulfil the scope of what was originally identified as the work required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? If not, I'll ask GM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.8, the 2021-2022 March Budget Review, is that in accordance with sections 169 and 170 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopted 2021-2022 March Budget Review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2021-2022 through to 2023-2024 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Position for the 2021-2022 through 2023-2024 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2021 to 2022 through 2023 to 2024 inclusive. 5. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2021 to 2022 through 2023 to 2024 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
I think we might have had 2 5s. Yep, I think you said 5 instead of 4 for the second last one.
Yes, thanks.
So, just for that clarity, thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor Enright, thank you. Any further questions for the GM? Any further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor Chalk. Councillor Enright, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. It's always pleasing to receive an update and have this budget review come to Council. It's particularly pleasing to see an overall positive movement in the financial position of this Council. And I think probably even more pleasing is that there is increases in business activity that is actually driving the increase in revenue, and that's development application fees, waste scrap metal revenue and waste tipping fees are all grown in a significant amount, which I think is a very positive movement for our council and our region.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.9, the 22-23 fees and charges.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, 10.9 relates to seeking consideration from Council in adopting the 2022-2023 fees and charges. Obviously, part of the overall budget process, fees and charges form a key component of the revenue stream when it comes to, as highlighted by Councillor Enright in those closing comments of the other item, some of the regulatory and commercial operations of Council. Without going too much into the report and certainly open up for any queries, Mr Mayor, the principle, the basis on the way that these fees and charges were reviewed this year is under the underlying principle of ensuring that the cost recovery principles are applied, ensuring that the users of these services pay for the fee and aren't necessarily subsidised by the general public. In seeking consideration from this outside of the normal consideration of adopting the full budget, the rationale was, Mr Mayor, that these fees and charges become applicable as at 1 July, and in order to achieve that, the necessary administrative piece is required to incorporate these into council systems and allow the necessary notification. Outside of that, the reports and the attachments are included in the agenda, and certainly seek any clarity or clarification where required.
Thank you, GM. Questions to this report, councillors? Points of clarification? If not, we'll introduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.9 is that pursuant to sections 97 in brackets 1 and 262 in brackets 3 in brackets C of the Local Government Act 2009, Council adopt the 2022-2023 Register of Fees and Charges contained at Attachment 1.
Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Wish to speak? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I will, Mr Mayor, on this one. Just so that the public know, we actually go through this whole list line by line with explanations from the relevant GMs in that area to make sure that we do price it at a cost recovery and keep it just at that. So it was a laborious process to go through each one and get an explanation when we deemed it necessary. So I thank the relevant GMs for their input and their answers. So I will be voting for this.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, officers, for the preparation for that today. Now, there's one matter proposed for confidential matter to go into a closed session for, and that's item 11.1. And the proposal for that to be closed is under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012. And the purpose for that closure is negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government, pertaining to the selection of an external recruitment panel member. Councillors, I seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor West. Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. To those in the gallery, we bid you good afternoon for a while. As with usual protocol, we will aim to return on the hour or the half hour. So at this stage, we would anticipate returning at, I doubt by 2:30. I'm not that optimistic anymore in life, but certainly would hope by 3 o'clock with only one item to consider. But be listening at 2:30 just in case. Thank you. Good afternoon to the gallery. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open session. Councillor Swanborough, seconded Councillor West. I think that needs discussion. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we're back in open session. GM, People and Strategy, do you have a recommendation for us concerning item 11.1?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, and good afternoon to those listening in the gallery. The recommendation for item 11.1 is that Council nominates Gary Keller from Reinforcements Management Consulting as the external independent party for participation on the recruitment panel for the CEO recruitment. 2, Council notes the anticipated budget implication of the appointment of an external independent recruitment panel member. And 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure, Council maintains confidentiality of the report on this matter.
So we're just for those listening in, we're just catching up some of the housekeeping. So Councillor West was the seconder for us returning. Councillors, you've heard the detail of that recommendation, which is clarified. So we're just getting some clarity here to the components of this motion as read. Part 1 was the nomination of Gary Keller of his particular organisation. That's the correct 3 that you've read out, GM. Councillor, those are the 3-part recommendation. Before us, seek a mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions to the motion, noting the constraints of confidentiality about other discussions? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder, Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak, Councillor McConnell?
Just to say, I think we've picked the best person for the position to help with the recruitment panel. So, yeah, I'll endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? I will speak against. I note the range of candidates we had, and that the candidates with a range of capabilities and experience, and whilst I note the proposed Mr. Keller certainly has some depth of historic experience. I think in my view, there was an alternative that would have brought more modern thinking for us to assist us, and I won't be supporting the nomination in that context. As speaking for, seeking leave to speak further. Not, we put the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Division noted. Divisions 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6, 4 against Mayor and Division 4. It's the end of the business of the meeting today. Draw the meeting to a close. Thank you to those in the gallery for your patience. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the executive for and to your teams for their diligence in the preparation of materials, and we bid you a good day at 3:04. Thank you.